They're rebuilding.
Julie, are we good? Okay. Welcome everyone to the meeting of the County's Board of Education. Today is February 6, 2024. And we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on it is the 2024 legislative update. That will be presented by Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations, and Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator. I'll turn the time over to you guys.
All right, thanks. Been a pretty eventful couple of weeks up there. And not necessarily in a good way, I'll say. So, you know, to me, something that happened yesterday seems like ancient history. So if you have questions, feel free to ask. I'm just going this. Should we just these as we were? All right. So, the Senate just did the Senator Fillmore's equity and education equity amendments, which is the micro school bill. Senator Reeby pointed out something in committee, something that no one had ever thought of before, and that is these micro schools are going to end up in strip malls where often restaurants are, and restaurants usually always have liquor licenses. And that would cause a problem for those restaurants. So I don't know how many bills I've seen killed because they don't conform with our alcohol laws in my 30 years at the legislature. But amazingly enough, they have exempted these micro schools from those laws. So technically,
For virtually every.
technically, you could open up a micro school in the back of a dive bar if you wanted to under this bill that passed our legislature. So should be fun times. That passed on a straight party line vote, right?
I think there were two on that one. No, that one may have been part of.
I think that passed.
Many bills today.
I think that passed on a straight.
On a committee or?
No, passed second reading in the Senate. That's going to happen. That bill is going to pass. I was hopeful, and I banged hard on a couple of people that we can normally get on that bill. Just couldn't get them on that one, which doesn't leave me a lot of hope that we'll be able to get it in the House. The House is, they're, much more hardline likely than the Senate is. So I think we should prepare for that bill to pass. Senator Kennedy, who I think a lot of, he's really a good guy and a good senator. He spent a lot of time talking about the fact that they homeschooled their 8 kids. And I just want to say, we're not worried about your children, Senator Kennedy. It's, not everybody will have parents that look out for them as well as the Kennedys look out for theirs. But be that as it may, that bill will pass. The teacher empowerment bill, the thing that we were most concerned about, and don't jump in if I miss anything. The thing that we are most concerned about that is responsibility for student discipline that put on teachers in that bill. That has been removed. And unless there's something that I'm not aware of, I don't think there's any more objections to that bill. He's let us know.
The other piece is Karen Peterson's, what was it? Teacher development. The other Karen.
I know. As long as she doesn't pass something just egregious, I'm okay with this. The voucher bill last year.
Hold your breath.
People have actually asked me, said, is you up there? No.
So she brought in a piece that she did not have a priority bill for, and they put that into his bill. And now her piece of his bill is all that's left. So he took out his piece, which was the discipline piece. So that's out. It'll go to the House. Now, it did pass out of the Senate today.
I think it's probably a pretty good bill otherwise, unless somebody else
And JLC, I think, supported that piece. They didn't support the discipline piece, so.
And I think one of the pieces in that bill is that it allows a little more flexibility for LEAs to design their teacher evaluation tool.
Yes.
So we'll want to probably
We
have
wanna
a
look at that.
conversation about if that's something we want to take advantage
So
of.
we want to, I will just tell you, we want to take advantage of that.
So today in public ed appropriations was a bit of a mess in that one of the two chairs of that committee, and not Representative Pulsifer, so you guys can do the math. The other chair is, has a lot of fiscal note dealing with education, and they spent or recommended to executive appropriations, I guess is the best way to say it. They recommended to executive appropriation to expend the entire education stabilization fund, all $97 million of it. And so I want to take a lot of time here, but the way every appropriation committee does it a little bit different. And the way the public ed appropriations does is the chairs put together the priority lists. And then to change that priority list, either to add to or to take off, it takes a motion which passes in both houses. And so there's is there 6 or 5 senators? There's 5 senators and 9 House members on that committee. So for a motion to pass in that committee, 3 senators have to support it and 5 House members. And so if a motion doesn't pass in both houses, then the motion fails. Is that clear as mud? And so the list was made by one of the people who has the fiscal note bill. To change that list required a motion that would pass in both houses. And there were a number of motions that were unanimously supported by the House members on that committee that failed in the Senate. And that was mainly to adjust what I saw is pretty egregious. I don't know if egregious is the right word. Audacious, let's just say, audacious spending of the education stabilization
By the Senate.
by the Senate. And one of the senators who voted against it was Senator Stevenson, who is the Senate Education or Senate Executive Appropriations Chair. So I guess what I'm saying is I think there's a very good chance that there's going to be a pretty significant rewrite of what the Public Ed Committee did today within executive appropriations.
Both Senator Stevenson and Representative Jefferson Moss went on record as saying, hey, we thought we had an agreement to only spend half of the stabilization fund, and their recommendation spent every penny. And so with those two, there likely is going to be a microscope on that one before it finishes.
So not all the stuff that's on that list not all the stuff that's on that list is going to be funded in the way that is recommended.
The second thing that happened is the House sent some recommendations. They were supposed to send them through and they didn't get on to the recommendations, and they were pretty upset that their recommendations didn't make it because of the Senate spending. So
Yeah, there was some blood on the floor after the end of that committee. There was recommended, I think everyone's aware now, if not, there's 5% WPU, which I thought for half a second was in addition to the inflation adjustment, but it's not. A little bit of like Christmas there for about 10 minutes until somebody with more brains than I did. No, Charlie, that's not the way that works. So, and that obviously could change, but it won't change much, I don't think. I mean, if they were to add another percentage to it, I'd be surprised. Do you want to talk about the juvenile justice?
yeah, so Lisenby has a juvenile justice reform from her juvenile justice bill last year. We had made and met with and made a couple of requests over time. She's honored those in that bill. There are some things that are added that may, that we're looking at and trying to talk to her about, but she did in good faith add the things, which would be the 2 items were that the notices are coming to the superintendent or designee. And the second one is that instead of 5 days for reintegration plan, it's 5 school days. We did try for 10 school days. They felt like that was too much. They think we can do the work in 5 school days, but that does take it out of, in the middle of summer break or winter break if something happens. So those 2 are in there, and then, trying to study out the rest of it. The other piece that, is the school climate surveys. There's, been a few bills running on this. They are all deferring to Lisenby's HB 182, and anything that happens with the surveys will be in that bill, which at this point in time skips the Sharp survey
It's
and
carved out.
and they have, taken fines out of her bill, but it will still, and I think I got an email today from you guys and from Tom and from Brian on talking about that today that we saw. But it will definitely change how we look at surveys if it passes. And it is the kind of agreed upon bill to pass.
And it probably will pass. And I think the biggest thing in it that affect us is that parents opt in to any survey of the students, which I think, well, that is a way to measure students. But we've been told, and I was told, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. I haven't had a chance to read it. We've been told that Sharp survey has been carved out of that. So if that's the case, I think that is one good thing, but I have
opt in though on Sharp, haven't we, Brian, anyway?
Yeah, we have to opt in, Sharp in now further.
Yeah.
Okay, so
maybe that's why it's carved out.
be, yeah, since.
You have something, Nancy?
Oh, I was just gonna say, is it still, the opt-in happens once a year during registration?
Right.
At this time.
Because with Sharp, our practice has been opt-in a little bit closer to
Closer
the
to the
time of
survey.
administering the survey.
Yes.
I think we can still do that, but
We've given full access to the survey to parents. I think that's also.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
There's no, there's no new, unless there's no new internet updates on sensitive materials. That's still.
Not on sensitive materials on the other
So
one.
there's another one that he's got coming, also has sensitive materials in the title of House Bill 417, which is, you've seen the original version. It's very egregiously written thing with a, I won't even go into all of it. He's issued a substitute bill that takes everything out except for the requirement that if something is in our libraries and somebody wants to come read it in a public comment period, that we have to allow them to do that, which in the board meetings I've sat in where that's been the case, you guys have tolerated as it is. I could not help but notice that when he was making his presentation in House Public Ed Committee, and he tried to read something, that committee would not let him read it. So
right.
once again, they exempt themselves from their own rules. There are 2 referendum bills. As it turns out, I don't know how this ever became the case, but every other public entity in the state other than school districts is subject to a referendum on their tax when they raise taxes. But school districts have been exempted from that. There's 2 bills that would, well, one bill that would create parity between us and cities and counties and others, which would subject your decisions to a referendum unless there was a supermajority. And every other public entity has that supermajority. The Senate, if you guys were, or the legislature, as you guys will recall last year when they did the voucher bill, that was the reason they wanted that number to get above 50 in the House, was because that's referendum approved number that they need to hit to keep that from being subject to a referendum. So everybody has that. Representative Perucci, who's running one of these bills, calls it a parity bill, but really it's not a parity bill because she refuses to add that supermajority language into her bill. Rex Ship is running another bill, and once that was explained to him, he added that to his bill. So there's 2 bills now that create a referendum process for school boards. Representative Ships has that supermajority in it. And my recommendation to us and everybody else in public education is we get behind Representative Ships' bill and see if we can't push it across the finish line.
Somewhat different topics. Perucci's has a tax piece and he has
You remove the tax lien.
It's the
Legislative action.
action, yeah.
So-
Something else, but yeah.
So that's gonna be a fight for the next week and days. And what else do we need to show, Susan? Oh. She didn't say.
No.
And Nancy, did you have
There's a
something on the
lot more
constitutional
going on,
amendment
but that's,
that you wanted to talk about?
did you want to describe to our board where we're at on with JLC on the constitutional committee?
Yeah, so JLC created a little subcommittee to start working on possible messaging or whatever at the end of the session when JLC finalizes their decision. As you probably have all seen, the start of the session, the JLC leadership sent a letter out to all legislators, just reminding them that at this point, there's a conditional support and what the conditions were, and then that JLC will not take a final position until the conclusion of the session. So I was invited to participate in that committee, and so we've met a couple of times, and every JLC meeting, JLC gives a little committee report, but right now we're still just kind of identifying what possible steps or what things need to be a piece of this whole thing, if with the idea of messaging. And one of the things that we talked about is the importance of, regardless of what the final position might be on that particular issue, that there really is a need to have a narrative and messaging going out supporting public education and getting the larger, population and the citizens of Utah to have that messaging that's coming from us, from public education. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And I don't know, those of you that have been at JLC the last couple of weeks, you have
I think
any?
opposition is growing. I mean, some of the,
Well, there's a lot of.
yeah, just a lot of stress. It hasn't been real positive.
In opposition to the earmark.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
instead of conditional support, it feels like with some of the actions of the legislature, there's more discussion about opposing it. But to Nancy's point, it was, okay, then what's the game plan? How are we gonna message that? So.
Because the understanding is as soon as that final position is taken by JLC, we need to be able to go with whatever it is.
Actually, that day we decide that almost immediately go into play.
So I don't think anything we do is gonna change what the legislature does.
Change
They have a plan. They are executing. They've laid all this out. And I don't think anything we would do on that amendment will change anything they do. Every time we talk to somebody in leadership about anything, they always try to bring it back to that. And I always say, so if we agree to that, then you're gonna give us this, and the answer is always no. So I really don't see, like I've said many times, this is above my pay grade, but nothing we do on that is gonna change anything the legislature is going to do during this legislative session. And like I've said before, it's not my decision to make, but nothing they could do would convince me to support that constitutional amendment. I will say one thing about that I should have mentioned back when I was talking about the Appropriations Committee. They did cut the request for the vouchers from 150 down to 50 million. And again, that could change as easy as any of the rest of this can change. But I did find it interesting that they cut the request from 150 to 50 million. And Susan had one final thing.
We've just had a lot of questions about the funding on two issues on schools, HB 84, the school safety, and also on school fees. And at this point, neither of those, both are anticipated to pass. Neither have a fiscal note and are considered funded at this point.
They both have fiscal notes, but they're not funded.
Correct. So at this point, what we keep being told is, well, they'll come out of the WPU. So if you're at a 5% WPU and those pass and are expected to come out, that number is shrinking. And that's one thing that we are trying really hard is to track the number of items that they're taking from that 5%.
So when we make our final report to you after the session, we hope to have a gross WPU number and then a net of everything that they passed that comes out of the WPU, so you can see exactly how much, flexibility you have with the WPU.
I thought
It won't be 5%, I can assure you.
We will have to.
Yeah. One other thing that I remembered is there is one of the strategies that we've kind of bounced around ideas is that this idea of writing op-ed pieces in the paper and to kind of spread out, who's writing those but have them all be, pro public education and because we just feel like, again, that voice needs to be out there and it needs to be always out there, not just kind of hit miss based on certain issues or whatever. So, anyway, I just kind of wanted to get just a real quick nod of heads if you guys are supportive of someone or a whole board or something, anyway, participating in some sort of a op-ed type of thing. Anyone
Sooner
have
the
a
better.
concern with that?
Was there other, I'm sorry, I have a question. Was there other strategies that were talked about for action plans? Because I think this is each legislative session, we need to do more, right, with messaging.
Yeah,
Look at.
yeah. So right now, we're still kind of, some of the things that we're doing is just talking with other education association partners, people to kind of see where they're at, and then also just the idea of maybe engaging a PR specialist and things like that. So
Yes,
but we're still just, it's a little bit tricky because final direction hasn't been given. So we're just throwing ideas out on the table and still very preliminary on those type of things. But I think there's definitely a feeling that this needs to be something that is ongoing because a lot of it because of the voucher situation that we're in, that we're no longer is it just public ed is fully supported by public monies and there's other competing interests and that we need to
Could this be,
tell our story.
could this be a piece that could be in canyoneering too for parents to get educated and understand kind of what's happening to us legislatively? And how they could better preserve public ed by how they vote and things like that. I mean,
I think as long as it's an information thing and not an advocacy thing, we could do that. So, and there's some tricky, there's lines, right, that we have.
There are
to be very
lines.
careful about.
but if we can navigate those, I mean, I think there's just the general public that don't understand what's happening. They have no idea about the attack.
It's amazing, even in the listening tour, I've raised it just about in every meeting, just to bring up more of information. Here's what's going on. And a lot of our teachers are not, they're like deer in the headlights. What, explain to them what that is. It's
So.
so definitely, I think the more we can raise that awareness and
Problem is you raise awareness and tell the truth. That's advocated.
yeah, I lean kind of to one side.
To that point, I mean, when we did the civics 101 presentation, we talked about the idea of doing a video that would be accessible on the website. I think we should follow that.
Like I said, as long as it's an informative thing and
Well, and I don't think we have to say, we need you to write in and do such and such, but I think to say, these are the issues that have been, brought up over the last 2 years that will significantly impact public education. We encourage you to look into it. I think that there's a way that we can do it without pushing necessarily like a position.
Just an awareness.
Yes.
At that level.
They should be aware, and the entire public should be aware of the potential.
That's
changes
that's
in
actually
Constitution.
pro-education. We're informing them of what's happening.
Right.
And I think that they deserve and are entitled to that information. It's not propaganda. It's not pushing us a stand. It just is.
Right.
This is the process. This is-
Even just for a general public awareness of, okay, here's the bills that have passed in the last 3 years. And what does that mean for public ed?
Right.
We lost this, these are the dollars that were lost. This is what was lost, and have it, there's that fiber company, you can do a little animated 5-minute, very inexpensive, and it's fun to watch, but it's an easy way to present them. There's so many things we could do that would be,
The easiest thing to do, it's the most convincing in my opinion, is put up there what the value of the WPU is.
that's right,
And how much they're spending to educate children in private schools.
That's
That
right.
tells the Whole story right there.
that's right.
Find my own billboard.
I mean, seriously, the whole.
Well, seriously,
The whole story.
absolutely, that's exactly right.
Mr. Milberg?
This is more a question for you guys. From the JLC, how are you feeling in JLC as far as the changing constitution? Sorry.
So the last couple of weeks, and Susan's been there, Karen's been there hasn't been a lot of discussion that would give us an indication.
You feel like this,
They're supportive of this committee starting to kind of identify some strategies and some, next step type things.
and when you talk about information, do we need to be doing something as far as informing the public where they've linked food sales tax onto that? How
That
much,
would be part of it.
it's not the full 3% and where that's going?
That would all be part of an information campaign.
Do you know who would create this informational campaign?
That's kind of what our committee is doing. We're kind of
Do it soon.
making some phone calls and trying to
Check out-
identify who might be in a position to help with.
Check out the Fiverr, have you heard of them? Very inexpensive,
So if anyone has ideas or suggestions,
like graphic designers that are all around the globe, and it's very inexpensive, and you can have them do a little video and it can be animated and you can have those numbers put up. So it's like an infographic, but it's quick and easy and it can be 3 minutes long.
yeah.
Little line drawing.
But our thought really is regardless of what the JLC final position is on the matter, public ed folks will be asked by the general public. We need to have information, we need to have talking points, we need to be prepared that way. And then even beyond this
Right, when it
particular
is.
issue, even beyond that.
The people who are gonna be asked the most, who are gonna be most influential are teachers. And whatever you guys decide to do, I would really advise you to really spend some time educating your teachers.
Yes, that's
Because
true.
they will be asked more than anybody else, and what they say about it will carry the most weight with parents who vote.
I mean, I would love to do that, but we need to figure out how to do that without.
Like I said, it's a little tricky.
Okay, there's one more,
USBA
one more
Sorry.
that I wanted to ask about. What about the school safety amendment one with the school guardian?
That is.
Let's go over that.
Yeah,
It
what's happening with
is
that?
posed to go forward. It is not funded. That's what we were saying is coming out of the WPU. So there's three main pieces. There's different stuff in there, but the three main pieces are panic buttons for every teacher, the window film,
Cameras for every classroom too.
Explain the school guardian. Is it really the way it looks?
and the school, yes.
It's not really in
For
there.
every entry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
not.
okay.
You know what you think.
School resource officer.
But, yeah.
And then the school guardian piece, and that, they are, it looks posed to go on through. I don't know, because it's not a piece of the funding discussion anywhere right now. And so-
There wasn't even an RFP, or it wasn't an RFA request.
And last year, if you remember, they came out of stabilization. That's spent 3 times over now and they're looking to shrink it. So it's not probably coming out of there. So
Okay, but so you guys aren't really fighting it because you think it's.
It's hard to fight. We're trying to love it to death.
Okay, thank you.
You can't-
And then go ahead. Susan.
USBA Day on the Hill.
Oh, yes.
Thursday.
That is Thursday.
What time are we meeting?
the kids.
So, yeah. we
Yes,
just
with all the
kinda wanted to
PTA out
ask,
there.
like, do we
PSA.
want to
PSA
meet
kids.
legislators? Do we want to have a tour ourselves? What do we want to do?
I will tell you, it is PTSA Student Day on the Hill. So we do have student groups up there, but we do have staff and interns that will be helping with that. So I'm available, Charlie's available, but we're available for you all. We can embed you with student tours if you want. Or I can just take you on tours, so because you're gonna be on a very different time schedule than they are. So to integrate you in with them may be hard because they've got mock debates and other things going on. So I can take anybody that wants to go on a tour, happy to. If you want to meet with legislators, we do probably need to know that maybe talk to us tonight about that because,
One thing I would ask though, if we meet with a legislator, let's have a specific reason. You know, most school boards don't know their legislators the way you guys know our legislators. And these guys are gonna get annoyed with us if we just want to do a meet and greet with people that we already meet and greet 4 or 5 times a year. There's no reason not to meet with them if we have a specific reason though. They won't consider that a waste of time, but let's, if we meet with a let's have a purpose for the meeting, if that's okay.
Are there talking points we could have to talk to them about on specific bills?
Is there any bill you think we could make a difference?
Yeah, this is a good question.
I think the mechanism of funding, the two, especially the big ones that are not funded at this point, that we think are good, you know.
School safety.
School safety and school fees.
So who would that, like, who would be best to meet with?
That'd be Mark Strong, right? The one running.
Strong runs it.
I think you want to approach it from the funding issue, is we're not necessarily.
I was just thinking.
We're just wanting to
I'll
know
listen.
how you're gonna fund.
Some spend love, maybe?
You can.
It's on the EAC.
Good luck.
Um,
Senator Collmore said he's more than happy to meet with you if you would like.
well, you know, the other thing that's still live out there, that is on the sensitive materials bill, the fact that, you know, it's the language is in there. That 3 schools or 5 charter schools can take a book off bookshelf statewide. I still think that there's a possibility of getting that changed in the Senate, so it certainly wouldn't hurt to talk to them about that.
And I think.
We've mentioned that before. I haven't talked to Senator Cullimore about it in a while, but I know the last time I talked to him, which was well before the legislative session, he was open to that idea.
Let's see
And I
if we can
think
get
you're-
more and spend love then,
Yeah.
and just see if they can.
I was gonna say, I think the other thing would be your local control issues. You've got several bills that have ran that are hampering local control. I think just to remind them of your thoughts on local control and that.
Yeah.
And you could talk about Rex Ship's bill too over Candace
Is
Bridge.
there another person we should meet with about that? And with local control besides Spend Love?
I think those are 2 of the best. I mean, it's certainly 2 most powerful legislators in our delegation for sure.
Yeah, let's try that one.
Do it.
And Cindy, did you get a count of board members that are planning to be there?
I think everybody, we all are.
Board is.
Let's not do the tour.
No, we don't.
We don't need to.
You know your schedule for the day.
So they're inviting us to go to the legislative meeting. There's a committee meeting at 8. I can't remember now what it is.
Senate education.
Oh yeah, because I tried to look at the agenda and it's not up yet. So Senate education at 8, and then we could just meet after that.
What is it?
Well, the agenda wasn't up last night.
The email that Terry sent out, Terry wrote, Senate Education Committee at 8, floor time at 10,
An agenda.
and Education or House Education Committee at 2.
I don't know, Susan, will you just see what you can set up and then let us know? Because then, you know, let's try to be there.
Probably gonna be easier.
The agenda is out.
You for sure going to that.
Need to at least say hi to the Mount Jordan PTSA.
You've got, I'm trying to think who else there that day, Eastmont, Jordan.
Out there.
Find your kid.
A bunch there that day.
Let me find that one.
We will try to arrange that and maybe try to arrange.
The quarter.
I had not gotten the PTA schedule yet.
Will you- Yeah, if
I
you
just-
get that
I
schedule,
just sent it to
let
you.
us know. Maybe give that to the board.
Let us know which schools are gonna be
Yeah,
there.
what schools and what's the schedule. Okay, thank you, Charlie and Susan. We appreciate all you guys do.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next item, we kind of started talking about it, but okay, USBA update. So that was just more about USBA Day on the Hill. So
We have a meeting Thursday afternoon,
oh, after.
and so I'll have more for you then.
Okay, great. Now we're on to school fee policy and update, and that is Liam Wilcox, business administrator.
Thank you, President Schill. Every year under the USBE rule, we have to go over our policy, okay? So that's what we're gonna do first, and then the next agenda item will actually go over the proposed fees or changes in fees for next school year, but this just focuses on the policy. Send that as a separate agenda item, just so when the USB comes and audits and questions, which they will, you can just show them this agenda and say, this is our policy. So our policy is attached on board docs. I think it's served us well for the last 5 or 6 years. At the end, I have a few recommendations. But according to the USB, we need to make sure our policy and we need to have it reviewed on the main things are fees, fundraising, fee waivers, and donations. In our policy on board docs there, as is the USB. Couple things on fees. I think we all know this pretty well. You know, they have to adopt the fee schedule by April 1st. Have to have at least 2 meetings for public comment. That can be one of the meetings you adopt the schedule. You have to have a maximum fee per activity, a total aggregate fee per student. Revenue raised through fundraising can be put as part of the fee. There actually is a bill, 82, and would eliminate that. I think we'd actually clean it up a little bit. See if that one goes through. Spend plan, and we got to post the fees schedule on all the school sites each month. So which we've done for years. Just hitting on fee waivers. Again, if it's a fee, you can waive it. That's long and short there. You can't ever deny a student the opportunity to participate based on their ability to pay a fee. Of course, we've long before this, our principals, has always said, our principals walk the halls with these kids every day and they want them to participate. So we've never had that issue. A couple other things, we gotta make sure we distribute fee waivers so that, throughout all the schools, so no school is impacted. That's what we do. We just basically cut every school a check for the fee waivers. That's some schools, we cut bigger checks too than we do other schools. So just so it's all equal that way. Last is donations. Again, if it's required if a donation is required to be a part of an activity or to participate, it's not a donation, it's a fee. So we gotta make sure that's designated. We can't solicit donations as a requirements, and we've never done. I don't think we've ever had a problem with that. We all direct all donations over $500 to the foundation, and we can't accept a donation that would impact or could cause, inequities amongst our schools. So something we always look at as well. Just a couple things, we haven't updated our policy 5 years, and there's a couple things that I read through. I think we ought to look at updating to reflect what we actually do as practice into our policy. Some of these things, as we can't withhold class schedules for unpaid fees, we do not do that, but we ought to put that in the policy. Anybody who's on SNAP is automatically eligible for fee waivers. We ought to put that in the policy. That is our practice. We do that. They used to require every principal to fill out this compliance certificate. They quit that, they eliminated that, so we could take that out of our policy and just update language on textbooks, workbooks, and computer hardware software in our policy. Again, we don't charge for that. Again, none of these I would consider urgent, but I've just talked with Jeff. Next time the policy committee meets, we ought to just clean this up and add some of these things. We haven't done it in 5 years. I think it would be good to update a couple things here as well. So again, we may want to wait till the legislature, again, it's in House Bill 82, kind of cleans up some of this language if it goes through fundraising, so that as well. But again, none of that, we follow all that in our policy. And the last thing, part of the audit committee, we've asked our internal auditors to do a audit on school fees. We had this done a couple years ago and came back pretty good. But we wanted to do a follow-up, more particular focusing on travel. fees charged for travel. See how that's, because that's a big expense to parents. And how that makes sure we comply with everything there. So that's currently being done. We'll get the results to the audit committee. I think they're still probably 60 days out or so before having it. So with that, that's the policy. Is there any questions on that?
Any questions, board?
Policy always exciting.
Fascinating.
So with that, I've actually asked, we can move on. It's okay for this, we'll move on to the next topic.
Let's move on to
Thanks.
2024.
I've actually asked Danny, he's done the yeoman's work of putting this together, so I've asked him to present. Tom and myself will be here to answer any questions that it may have, so I'll turn it over. Danny, again, big thanks for helping us out. I did not feed him a joke today to tell, so.
Yeah, no jokes, but I did work with a lot of people and I drew the short straw. So, yeah, Tom and Leon and worked with the high school principals and staff, and it's been quite a process. Communicating what fees they're seeing that. So I'm Danny Davis, Director of Accounting. So before I jump into that, just want to let you all know about HB 415 that was introduced last week or so. Right now, it doesn't have a floor sponsor and hasn't been heard in committee. Kind of our feeling is it's probably not going to go through this session, but you never know, I guess. So the main things though that they're looking at here is getting rid of the general fees. Right now we charge $35 at the middle school level and $50 at the high school level. So that comes out to about $1 million a year. That's in the bottom slide on that. And then they also pull back some of the charges for curricular fees. And they want to have us have a plan to get rid of curricular fees as well after 5 years, after FY 29. And then this is just a list of the things during those 5 years that we could charge for. So it's kind of limited. It takes things out like field trips and admission fees and supplies and stuff that the students don't get to keep or consume. So it's a little bit limiting that way. It also touches on the fundraiser thing, same thing that HB 82 talks about. So it's overlap a little bit there. And they basically want fees to be have a direct benefit to the student. So that's the main thing. Does some other definition changes to instructional equipment and supplies. But we still think that we'll be able to charge extracurricular, including life cycle replacement at this point. So the next slide, this is just kind of a comparison over the years, what we've collected in school fees between those general fees, co-curricular and extracurricular. Overall, so far this year, you can see that we're at about $4.7 million through the end of January, which is about on track with where we were last year at this time. This were the curricular fees, just as a note there. Last year we had it on our fee schedule for supplemental kindergarten. Obviously that's been funded, so that's why there's kind of the drop there. Extracurricular, we're about 2.8, which is a little bit more than where we were this point last year. That's probably why we're seeing more of the fee waivers so far as well this year. So as part of the rules about what we have to do, we have to set a maximum level for how much a student can be charged per year. We haven't had any problems with the maximum in years past. We have a middle school at 500 and the high school's at 5,000. Last year, there was only one student that we had to refund a little bit of fees to because they did cheer and the cosmetology program at CTEC. So far this year, nobody's gone over that. That maximum. And then the next slide will have some of the proposed changes. Just as a note though, No changes to elementary school fees or middle school. Elementaries, we don't charge any fees except for after-school music or before-school music stuff. Okay. So get into the changes. As far as curricular fees, just a couple here. We have the physics lagoon trip that goes up, seems to go up every year. This year going up by about $10. And then working with our CTE director, Janet Goble, she suggested we have a CTE in-state travel for our CTSO kids, so they can travel in-state, be separate than some of these other competition travels that some of those CTE organizations can do. We put that on the fee schedule. And then for the extracurricular fees, this first slide is kind of things that impact multiple activities. First one is team meals. We heard a lot of feedback that the $120 cap for team meals was pretty low. They needed more money for that, so we're proposing upping that to $160 for all extracurricular activities. Also camps and clinics. We're kind of all over the board. One activity might charge 100, one might charge 200, and others might charge 400. And so we're proposing that they all be on the master fee schedule at least up to 400. On their individual schedules, they could still charge a lot less than that. A lot of them do charge less than that. But just to make it equitable, all of them have the opportunity that 400 up to 400. For most activities would be 2 camps, clinics a year. And then there's some other minor ones there. We have all the choir, drama, reading that were 65. Some of the groups were at 40 or 45, so making that 65 for all similar type of groups. And then cheer, dance, and dance company. They do like a summer training or a summer drill camp, that thing where they'll bring in outside people to come and instruct them. One of the I think it was the Turner Canyon, they had a $500 camping clinic, so they're going down to 400. So kind of to offset that, we're suggesting that the summer training part be up to 100. So they'll be able to do summer training and the camp clinics for the cheer, drill, and dance company. And then dances, we have a cap at 40, and we heard a lot, especially about the senior dinner dance, that's kind of a little bit more expensive, so increase that by $10. And then some of the other particular activities. Here we have cross and track, entry fees have gone up a little bit. And then golf, there's about 5 of them here related to golf. Green fees have gone up, participation fees up a little bit. And then adding equipment for the girls golf that make it so the girls and boys have the same opportunity to charge those same fees. Boys and girls soccer participation, referee costs have gone up, same for volleyball. And then girls lacrosse, adding a uniform so that it match the boys and girls. So everything on the master schedule should be the same for boys and girls in class. And then just a couple other changes. We heard that the work-based learning, we charge some of those fees, so we'd be taking that off. They'd be covered somewhere else. And then we'll be adding a change to the participation spend plan. The spend plans, those little eye bubbles that you see on the individual fee schedules, adding that the participation would cover substitute fees for when the coaches are out participating, they need a substitute to fill their class. And then the registration fee or general fee here, just changing the wording on what the spend plan is. Right now, it just has a lot of different groups, specific groups, whereas this would say that it would be to cover all student general body activities and functions, so and some of the costs associated with those. And then CTEC, they do a pretty good job of keeping their costs to what the actual costs are. And so most of these costs for CTEC increases are inflationary costs. Cosmetology second year, they're actually adding a male aesthetic or curriculum to their program. So that's why that one's going up 320. And then I have on here the construction management class fee going up to 383. I talked to them this morning and I think it should actually be 395. So I'll adjust that to the next meeting. That's about it on those proposed changes. We have here's the links to the master fee schedule that we'll be approving. And then the individual fee schedules you can also see here, and that's where you'll find the little eye bubbles that say exactly what each fee will be covering at those schools. So middle schools and. Any questions about any of that? Yeah, board member.
Yeah, Mr. Adam.
We get some additional details on some of these, like. There's some substantial increases, and I mean, a year-to-year increase, you've got cheer, dance and drill goes up 33%. In 1 year. I'm really curious. So some of these are kind of self-explanatory. Girls golf equipment didn't exist before. One of these had a certification, but there's a number on here that are going up $100 or more. And it's, the line on here doesn't give me enough information to say I have warm fuzzies about adding $100 for a single activity for a single child for one of our families.
Yeah, so the cheer, like I said, that one's kind of offsetting with the camp clinics. So right now, like a camp clinic at Corner Canyon might be charging 500, but because we're proposing 400 max, so that would decrease for Corner Canyon down to 400. But they make up for that difference with this increase in the summer training.
So like he mentioned earlier, when we initially did the fee schedule, there wasn't much rhyme or reason to the maxes we set for camp and clinics for different sports. We asked the schools, what are we currently charging? And we just kind of put that in there as a number, and it really is arbitrary. Some, like he said, are a max camp clinic for the whole year of 100. Some have a max of 500. The biggest camp and clinic we had on the old schedule was cheer. And it was summer cheer was $500. We talked to some of the cheer coaches and they said, well, we don't usually charge that much for summer cheer. So we can equalize all of the camp clinics and make them all a max of 4. And that's the max they could do per kid for the whole year. Then that would be the same for all sports year round. And cheer actually came down 100. And she said, but we could actually use some more money because the cost of choreographers in that has gone up for
Huge.
the summer and cheer that isn't a camp. It's more of a required activity. And girls come all summer to learn the choreography and the stunting so they can be ready to go in the fall. And actually that isn't so much that they go and do that, it's they bring people in and they use those funds that come into the program to pay those people. So the amount stayed the same, the max amount that anybody would pay for cheer or drill. It just, instead of doing 500 for camps and 300 for summer, they did 400 for camps to equalize it across the district and 400 for summer. So it was just a semantics for those two.
Yeah, and remember their max. It doesn't mean they have to spend that amount. That's just the max.
Cheer
they
does, though.
can spend.
Yeah, those.
Because I've had parents call me about the concern about how expensive it is to have a child participate in cheer and drill and dance.
And it's not, I use cheer and dance because it was first on the list, right? But you know, there's some others here. $100 to $200 for participation for boys and girls golf to cover substitute costs for teacher coaches. Increased referee costs to $100 to $200. So there's a bunch of things on here. And I guess what I would appreciate just me, right? Would be additional information as to why. So that. Cause just the line isn't quite enough to give me warm fuzzies on it.
So, you know, as far as on the golf, the substitute.
I'm sorry, written would be helpful. You guys could explain all day long tonight, and I'll still ask for the same thing. Not that I can direct you to provide it, but that would just give me warm fuzzies.
Okay, oh, sorry, Mrs. Teeny.
So along those lines, one of the steps in this process is we need to take this out, like purposely out to parents. So I think what I'm hearing you saying is having it in writing might help them better understand it as well. When it
Yeah,
goes out
just
to
looking at the
parents,
numbers,
get
it
any.
just looks like I'm gonna be spending more.
Because we're supposed to take it out there, right, for feedback. So.
We've always-
Part is like under each thing online, it does explain under that I what it is. It does, if you hit that, but I mean.
But maybe just a little bit more on the increase, the proposed increase.
Right, because otherwise they're just gonna, because there's the explanation of what it is. But then I think we need an explanation of
Why?
of why we're getting an increase. So for example, for boys and girls soccer participation, why is the max going from $100 to $200? Because if I'm a parent who has kids interested in soccer and I have 4 kids in the district, I'm spooked.
So are you asking, like, maybe the information would be increased referee costs of whatever percent is times how many games, or just even a percent, right? Put it in a little more context.
Right, or even costs have went up, this much since this time. Something that gives me an understanding. And because maybe the numbers are just like, I think it's not enough and I want more. Or maybe it's no kidding, here's what we're looking at, here's what we have to pay. And the costs have gone up XYZ, and that's why this fee has to go up. Because I don't even know the answer. All I see is that increased costs. And so from my perspective, you're telling me that the cost of referees doubled in a year. And that's literally what I'm reading. And I know that's not the case. And that's why I'm saying we just need more information so that we can understand and speak to it. And yeah, like Nancy said, Nancy, you said it so much better than I did.
Well, I mean, it is, parents want to know. And part of it is each school takes this maximum and then sets what they're actually going to charge. So that's the other thing about parents. We encourage, when we send it out for them to take a look at it, to provide feedback, send them to their school, say, look at what your school's doing. And what we're setting is just the max.
Well, the other thing to remember is part of the law says that each sport has to pay for itself, right?
Yeah,
It has to cover itself. We can't be charging one kid for another sport who's not even doing it right.
Yeah.
So.
Or future years for those students.
And I'm guessing because a couple of places you added in the cost of substitutes for teacher coaches that
Yeah.
can't teach while they're coaching,
Yeah.
right? And that might have been, I'm just guessing here, but that might have been something that general fees covered, and we can no longer do that, so we have to apply that cost to the activity.
That's exactly what it was.
That just needs to be explained.
And same with referee costs, we can run a little summary, but the UHSAA over the past 4 years has raised referee costs. I think $30 something on average per sport, because they couldn't be officials, and it was tiered over 3 years, and we didn't change our fees each of those years. The official costs have gone up substantially since we established our fee schedule, and they're just finally evaluating it enough to ask for an increase, because they're not being able to cover the cost of the officials with the participation fees we're charging. But we can narrow, we can put a better narrative.
And general fees probably kind of help cover some of that gap, or not?
They have, yes. There's some sports that, I'll to be transparent, I don't know what to do. You know, you have a fledgling softball program that maybe has less than 20 girls from top to bottom. And they still play, you know, a full season of varsity, a full season of junior varsity. And if those 20 girls splitting the cost of all those officials for all the games, cost of officials goes up tremendously when you only have that many girls versus if you have a 50-girl program, playing the same number of games, same number of officials. But it's twice for those girls that are in the program with half as many kids. Have to hit the mark sometime.
Other thing is just UHSAA had to raise referee costs because they couldn't get refs.
Yeah.
So it's just, yeah.
And a lot of them they raised to be the same as what the club referees were getting. A lot, there's a club event, the same out as a UHSAA event. They wait until they didn't get the club event because they made them. So we had to compete with the club costs so we could compete for the officials.
That's a huge part of this, right? The clubs, last 10, 15 years, it's been a big competitor for us. Get those officials.
So any other questions or comments for?
I was just gonna say, some of this discussion probably ought to be in the information that goes out to parents.
I'll help Danny. We'll put a better narrative that's more accessible to everybody. And then the schools did do a pretty good job of explaining to us. We just didn't get it on paper. I mean, they did sit down, they went over their budget from last year. Where were they short? Where did they have to cover it from additional other monies? And that's why they asked for requests. And if they couldn't justify it, we told them no. So most of the stuff they've requested, we actually looked into it, saw where they had, come up short, and then agreed to that the increased fee was probably in order, but you guys don't see any of that.
Thank you. Thanks for explaining.
It's a matter of living in an inflationary economy again. That hits everywhere.
So in the past, and as Nancy said, we got to take this out to parents. So we brought this to this meeting, but assuming we should go, I'm proposing we follow that same practice. We'll write up some narratives and work with Jeff and Kirsten. Send out the survey for the information, come back. We usually had one depository place where we gather all that. Bring you back all the comments for you to review at the next board meeting. Now, as we said, we've always done 3 readings on the fee schedules. This is the first one. We actually have 3 more meetings before that April 1st date. So whether or not we'll talk with board leadership, whether or not we bring this back the February 20th or wait till the March 5th or somewhere around there. But we thought we had some time and we wanted to get on the fee schedule process early this year. That's why we brought it to this meeting for the first reading. So we'll work on that. If that's okay, we'll follow that same practice we've done the last several.
That sounds good. Thank you, Danny. For that all your work. Okay, the next item is board 2024 graduation assignments. Assistant Superintendent will lead us in that discussion.
Can't believe we're already talking about graduations. It's a pretty difficult to think about. But, Cindy has provided you a printed copy of how things are currently scheduled. What's in your calendar? So it's simple, straightforward little chart there in front of you. The only update that I have for you that's not on that current list is in Entrada's, the to be determined location. Just confirmed moments ago, just before we came in here, that will be placed at Alta High School. Traditionally, we've held that at Jordan High School, but they are anticipating that their auditorium will be under construction during this time, and so moving that to Alta High School. So I open it up to you as a board to have a conversation regarding who would like to join myself and or Tom Sherwood at speaking at these graduations, or Nate Edelson as well, will be speaking at the 2 at the end. But so the time is yours as a board to discuss what you would like to do. And
Okay, so who wants to talk? So we need 1 speaker and then usually we have 1 other board member. I mean, we can have 2 if yes.
Again, and I would love to do Jordan Valley.
He always likes to.
It's a hard one.
I'm gonna kind of put in for.
You're gonna argue,
you're
you're gonna argue with me on that one?
Last
You
year.
wanna go out in the hall and do that?
Arm wrestle?
Her last part.
If you wanna do that, that's great, that's fine. I'll go with you.
So Nancy
There
speak,
you go.
Nancy speak, and Mont will be there for Jordan Valley. Oh shoot, I wrote it wrong. Okay.
Well,
so
if
yeah,
you'd like to-
can do it.
Well, I've usually spoke to, why don't you and Nancy both? Both of you take my
Are
spot.
you gonna be out of
Well,
town?
no, I just want to make sure you guys, you pick first. I
I'm okay with it. I usually,
I would just like a chance to.
yeah, go for it, go for it, I'm
you
fine.
take my spot though.
No, no. I mean, you're the big guy
Oh,
in so many ways.
I don't know about that.
So are we doing different this year then? There's gonna be a cabinet speaker and you and.
Well, but no, with Tom coming on board, I think having the high school director speak as well as we've done with assistant superintendent. I'm totally fine with bowing out of speaking or speaking where needed, but I want you guys to have first priority. I think these are your communities. You represent those communities. You need to have priority over me. So I'm happy to fill in and speak wherever, but I think the board first.
And let's just remember that less is more on this speaking,
Yes.
like 3 minutes, everyone. Like, really.
My granddaughter.
So, okay, let's start at the top though. Mont, I really wanted to get in there, but let's just start with Alta. Okay, so Amanda wants to speak. What other board member wants to attend that?
I'll attend. Is
Okay, you do.
that okay? I have a nephew graduating, so I'd love to.
Another nephew?
Yes.
Holly.
Another,
and-
I actually don't have very many nephews.
You had a nephew the last year.
It was niece.
Niece. Oh, I just.
Holly
had-
and Karen. Karen, do you want to attend too? You
No,
can
it's
attend.
okay. They can,
Are you sure?
there's enough,
Okay.
there's enough graduates.
So Brighton, I will go and I will speak. And then Nancy, if you want to. attend. Okay, then Corner Canyon.
Would like to speak last year.
Isaac graduated.
Isaac is graduating. Okay, Amanda, do you want to attend that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll speak. Okay, then we have Jordan.
I attend Hillcrest first.
Oh, yes, please. Please. I usually like to, but my son is graduating, so I just only want to do one graduation that day. 'Cause I love
I can't
Hillcrest.
imagine.
Oh, well, you know why. Okay, so Andrew, great, will be the second board member. Okay, now Jordan.
To speak at Jordan. I think Karen also wants to speak at Jordan, so. What's that?
I was gonna say, you were going to, but
So
then.
who spoke
wasn't that
last
the
year?
one that was-
That was
No, it
Diamond
was-
Ridge.
Who spoke last year at Jordan,
I
guys?
spoke last year at Jordan, so.
I only had little schools.
We can pull back admin too, like we've had in the past with 2 board.
Both will speak.
Not that it's
I'm
necessary.
also happy to step out of any speaking.
I mean, someone from the admin needs to at least do the official part of
You
it.
have to, because
Concede.
Karen, are you?
Karen, why don't you and Andrew
you're
both?
such a good guy, Tom.
We'll just do the acceptance part.
Andrew?
So Tom, you'll just do the acceptance part. Or
then-
who do we have? Okay, okay, it's McKay. Okay. Sorry.
And then Diamond Ridge, you guys, that one is a different day, May 24th. It doesn't have a time, or sorry, 28th, but it doesn't have a time on it.
It's
Karen, you want to? Sure. It's just, yeah, it's too close. Okay, Karen will go and speak. Entrada. You guys, I do want to say something.
Are
June
you gonna go to Diamond Ridge?
25th is election day of the primary.
Oh,
I know that because I was just putting it on my calendar today.
And
So I think
that
you're gonna
is-
have to change.
Or the 25th.
25th day.
Yeah, that's.
We'll get that changed.
that skills.
We'll get that one taken care of.
No, it's in,
We're gonna move Jordan Valley to a school, so those 2 things will be edited. We'll edit Trada's day, the time will stay the same, we'll edit their day and then put Jordan Valley probably at a school.
I did Entrada last year. It was great, but we didn't even speak. The board members didn't speak. We were just there, remember?
Yeah, they don't like you speaking there.
Keep it
They want no board.
short and
Just kidding. Okay, I'll go again, as long as the date,
I'm happy to
the
go to
date I
Entrada.
can.
Are we on CTA?
We're on Entrada. Okay, Jordan Valley, Mont, Nancy speaking. Okay, and now we're at Life Skills Academy, which is also the 28th.
last year they said.
Back to Entrada. Yeah, Amber and
Amber,
Amanda, right? Or who else? We're Entrada.
I'll go out to Entrada.
okay,
Keep
Amber
us
and Amanda.
posted to what the dates.
And Karen, if I can't, can I
Yeah.
call you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Are you speaking? Speaking at Entrada.
We don't
want-
speak.
No board.
No board member. It's short.
The easiest graduation.
I have an interesting group.
But can I also attend Diamond Ridge?
Yes,
No, we don't want.
yeah, because right now we only have one person.
Silly.
We only have Karen, so that's great.
Oh, and me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't write that.
Nancy and I did life skills last time. It was fun.
Yeah.
They weren't gonna have a speaker and then they had us do like a 1 minute talk. Yeah, it was great.
Okay, so right now the life
Minute.
skills is Karen and Andrew. I mean, that's the same night as Diamond Ridge. So it can't be Karen or Andrew.
No, it's during the day.
During the
Yes,
day.
during the day.
It's at 12:30 PM.
Okay, so yes, you can do it if you want.
You may, you may.
I
play.
love it. It's really.
It was really fun. So I
Best
want to do that.
events, yeah.
They're hilarious.
I
Those kids are
I
so
would
much.
like to come too. And
That's
do-
really
do we
cool.
speak or we don't speak there?
Originally, they said no, but when we got there, I mean, we had like, what, a half hour notice?
Yeah.
Yeah. They said a 1 minute talk.
But I think we could decide if more board members want to go.
I do want to go.
Because
It's
not
right there.
speak. Just not speak or a speaker, whatever they
We'll
decide.
just do Rochambeau. That's who will speak. With a minute's notice.
They're easy, but it's a fun graduation. Only eight.
Okay, I think we have it all. Me and Cindy
So
will check our
I'm going
notes.
to life skills. Who else is going?
Yeah.
On Alta, Karen and Holly, who's speaking? What was it?
Amanda.
Amanda and Holly?
Amanda and Holly, Amanda speaking.
And then Brighton, Amber and Nancy.
Amber, Nancy,
Amber
I'm
speaking.
speaking. Is that your only question?
Oh, what was the rest?
Just want to confirm the
Rest is no.
Just go through them.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got Porter County Holly speaking, Amanda attending. Mont speaking at Hillcrest, Andrew attending. Andrew and Karen both speaking at Jordan. Karen speaking at Diamond Ridge, Nancy, Andrew attending. Shada, Amanda and Amber. And Karen.
Yeah, if you want.
Oh,
Karen's the backup.
I'm a backup. If-
But you can come if you want.
Amanda, sure, I'll put myself down as coming,
Yeah, just put your.
but if you can't
Or
speak,
intro.
I'll do it.
Well, no one speaks.
No one speaks, that's right.
And
So,
then Jordan Valley, Mont, Nancy speaking. And then life skills, Karen, Andrew.
Okay. Nancy, Amber, Karen.
they're asleep.
I have one.
Oh, yeah.
Tom said he's okay to have a speaking engagement. We tend to just do every other one, Amanda and I with Alta and Corner. But I am wondering if Tom wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind doing a short little speech at Alta with my nephew graduating, if you don't mind. Okay, I would love it.
It's hard.
There's a whole story to that nephew that I'll share with you later, but
So you'll just do.
Long, it's short.
It will be.
You'll do the citation.
More than 45 minutes.
that's right. Hey,
My
I
grandson's graduating in Jordan.
was that 45
Excited to do.
emails after my talk at Alta last year, so I definitely wasn't too long.
No, you did really well. It was cute.
Yeah.
My grandson's graduating at Jordan.
That's so exciting.
So
You're gonna go
that's why I
first.
need to be there at Jordan.
You gotta go first.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. That was very civilized and nice. No fights.
We get the
No fights.
No knives.
Nancy and me, we're the only ones that had a fight.
Yeah. Over Jordan Valley, which is.
She beat me up.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, we'll go on to, you guys, we are moving.
Perfect.
I am
She wants
so
to go
happy.
out on
Okay.
fun.
Okay, here's
Now we're gonna go to item F.
So
Consideration of adoption of a resolution authorizing and approving the execution. Oh, wait, yeah, and delivery of a master lease agreement by and between board and local building authority of Canyon School District. Authorizing the issuance and sale by the authority of not more than 43 million aggregate principal amount of lease revenue bonds, series 2024 and related matter. First reading.
that's a
And
long
let's do
time, long.
Mr. Leon
Bro.
Wilson, administrator. Oh.
Big day, we get Mont and Nancy arm wrestling. Speaking and top it all off, 45 minutes to talk about lease revenue bonds.
You've been waiting all
Maybe
day.
some jokes in there.
Yeah, but-
Grammys was last week, right?
Oh, here we go.
Who is the Sunday? It was a couple days ago. For all our Taylor Swifts. Who is the rock group that cannot sing? Probably several. That's at the beginning.
What I was gonna say, thinking in a humor.
That was the joke.
I don't know.
Rolling Stones. Ouch.
Mount Rushmore.
Oh, that is a rock group. Oh, cute. Cute, cute, cute. Mount Rushmore, four presidents, a group. They're a rock.
Fast, aren't you?
They're built of rock. And they're a group, but they don't sing.
Your biggest fan.
That was good.
It's
That was good.
for Laffy Taffy.
I just have an 8-year-old, so I appreciate it so much.
Oh, gosh.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I got it.
Thank you, Leon.
I was thinking it's in the room, I think.
A lot of it.
I can give you, this is bad. I'm gonna say it though.
Give you a riddle.
Once was a king. What?
So.
What did you say, Dan? Once was a king who was a terrible king. He was only 12 inches tall, but he was a terrible king. He was a great ruler.
That's fair.
Yeah.
When was,
Amber, did you miss it? Missed that one. You missed the, uh-oh.
You want me to explain it to you?
Amber, I'm gonna ask to be excused like at 6:30. The section to go.
So as we've talked about, when we did when we approved our long range plan last month, we talked about we're gonna have to issue lease revenue bonds to fund these projects at Gordon, Eastmont and Corner. Okay, so this is our first reading here on that. What we're doing here is just securing or going over the financing of these projects. We'll come back later and give updates on the projects themselves, but this is just securing the finance, going over what we need to do to issue bonds, lots of legalese, details here that we'll hit on. Let me just go over the schedule that we've set out. Hopefully this works for you. We're doing a first reading. If it's all possible, we'd like you to approve, what we're doing, this prime resolution, all those documents at our next board meeting. That would be on the 20th. You'll have to approve that both as a Board of Education and as a local board authority. Okay, so two. There.
March 5th. we don't have a-
Yeah, March 5th, we don't have a board meeting.
Yeah, but it's in their caucuses.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's
that
the
was.
12th.
That's well.
It's the 12th.
good catch.
You're welcome.
I was wondering.
It's Betty.
Okay, to the 12th, so that will go to the 12th, okay? But anytime you issue bonds, you have to have a public hearing, so we're proposing that occur on March 12th. All that will still work out with everything here. We will meet with the bond rating agencies scheduled for March 7th, tentatively. Again, we wish to emphasize our GRO bonds were triple rated. As least revenue bonds, they're a little different animal. Because of their structure, you cannot get a AAA rating with those. You have to get a AA plus would be the top. Lay on those. Because of the collateral and the security and financing there. On March 28th, we'd issue what we call our preliminary offering statement out to the public, out to the markets, if you will. For bidders to start preparing their bids on the bonds. We'd actually sell those bonds on March 11th. The competitive bond sale close on March 4th. April. Sorry. And then again, a truth in taxation, as we talked about that, cover the lease payment, because it will require an increase in taxes. That date's always set by Salt Lake County, will be in August. I think it will be August 6th, but again, they will actually set that date and tell us when it is. Just to review, some of you were here 3 years ago, others, Andrew and Karen were not, but we had to, when we issued lease revenue bonds to do Peruvian Park, Glacier Hills, we had to set up a local building authority. You guys remember that, somewhat 2.5 years ago. So we already have that in place. Okay. And so as you as board members are automatically trustees, if you will, of the LBA. And so, we have the bylaws. You can see the bylaws if you wanted to read those out there that were adopted. The board president is also the president of the LBA, the vice presidents are the vice presidents, and everyone else, the trustee. I'm the treasurer of the LBA. The LBA basically just acts in issues bonds and acts in the best interest of the district in doing that, okay? And to keep in mind, as the LBA issues the bonds with all kinds of legal documents going forth, because you're going to issue bonds to make improvements on, say, Jordan High. But you as a board of education already own the ground at Jordan High, so you're going to have to lease that back to the LBA that way. So it's a back and forth thing that we have to do here.
The old bait and switch.
Yeah.
Just paperwork. Just
Smoke and mirror.
So the LBA is going to issue bonds, and the Board of Education is going to make the payments, i.e. the lease payments, to retire the bonds. Each year, you as the board, when you approve the budget, are going to have to appropriate a lease payment or make sure you have enough funds to make that lease payment annually. And because these are lease revenue bonds, they have to be collateralized, meaning, if we don't make the payment, it could actually, a third party, who in this case is Zions Bank, could actually come in and take over the facilities. Now, that's the last thing Zions Bank ever wants to do. But for the bondholders out there, you have to show that you're both the LBA and the Board of Education. Conflict of interest, right? So you have to show the bondholders or the third party out there who's going to oversee this. That's what Zions Bank does. And we met with the bond council the other day, and no entity in Utah has ever failed to make these revenue payments. I guess Cedar Hills, he was here. They came close one year on a golf course. That was the only time. So, couple things here. Other procedures. Again, that meeting on the 20th, just to walk through how we'll proceed. Again, we'll get with board leadership on setting the agenda, but we'll have a regular study session, regular business meeting, all those things. We think this will be the last thing on the agenda that we do. So what you'll have to do is actually adjourn the meeting as a Board of Education, you know, so there's gonna be lots of voting, motioning, seconding and voting. And reconvene as a LBA, right? Same chairs and everything. Then you're gonna have to approve the agenda of the LBA again, vote, motion, second, all that. Approve the parameters which we have out there. Then you're gonna have to adjourn that meeting, vote, motion, reconvene as a board. Again, vote, motion, approve. You know, the parameters as the Board of Education, because both parties are part of this. And then that's how we'll have to do it. So just to be aware, there'll be a lot of formality we'll have to follow through on the 20th. Then on the March 12th, public hearing will have to follow the same process. You will have to adjourn as a Board of Education, reconvene as the LBA for the public hearing. The resolution is out there on board docs. Again, it's 30 pages long. I want you to read all of that. And also the resolution, and you as the board that have to adopt is also out there on board docs. Right now, the running numbers all throughout this process from October on. And the numbers that I've been giving you are pretty close. You know, when we met, we did this, we came up with the projects and the amounts and that you approved. Right now, our initial estimate is to issue 43 million. We get roughly about a 6.5 million premium. These were numbers as of Friday based on the market conditions. However, so that gives us close to 49 and $50 million. However, in the authorization, instead of 43, we are actually going to request 50 with the intent that we only plan to get roughly $50 million. So for the our amount, based on what we expect to get as premium, as we go forward with this. Again, these were numbers as of Friday. Market conditions change quite a bit, but we'll see how that goes. But we will be requesting you authorize us up to 50 rather than 43. Okay. And then we'll determine that note when we put it out to the market on the 28th. It can't exceed 50, but it may be 43 or something like 44 or something like that. We right now have the repayment over 21 years. Right now it's 15 years. You know, hopefully we can keep it at that. If we want to keep that principal and interest payment of about roughly 4.5 million, we need to then go out another year. We will out to 16 years, but hopefully we can stay at that 15 years, retire them at 2038. Again, the public hearing will have to bring that back again on the 12th. Make that change. There has to be posted in one of the papers. Then there's all kinds of agreements there on board docs that you'll have to, both parties have to agree. Again, you're going to, the LBA is going to issue the bonds. They're going to lease the board's going to lease the facilities back from the LBA. We're going to lease them the ground as the board because you own that. You're going to have contracts with Zion Bank. Then there's the offering statement that we'll put out there to the bond holders and the bond buyers. Purchase agreement. We actually buy the bonds. Here's the resolution. We won't ask you to really read that, but as a little teaser, we probably will request somebody read that into the record on the 20th. And the same was as you reconvene as a board, that motion back in on the 20th. Charlie hit on a lot of these impacts. I just want to hit on those a little bit here. House Bill 161 and 173. 161 is Schiff's bill, 173 is Rucci's bill. As Charlie mentioned, these got passed in committee, in the House Education Committee yesterday. 73 makes a referendum on any tax increase. 61, a referendum on any legislative action. And we'd hope the 61 would go because it's the 2/3 and it wouldn't impact the tax increase, but so we'll get behind that one if get behind either one. A couple other bills that are out there. Charlie has input, but We've heard this one as 354. That is, where for the next 3 years, any tax increase has to go straight to the voters. You as a board cannot do a truth in taxation to raise taxes. It has to go straight to the voters. We have heard anecdotally that one's probably not gonna go anywhere.
No, that, I hate to pronounce something dead, but it's. Yeah, he was trying, that's Representative Clancy, and he was trying to tax relief to senior citizens on fixed income. So many people explain there's so many better ways to do that.
And he probably meant, well, he was a police officer and an advocate for public ed down. And then also SB 86, right now there's we talked about somewhat about this one, 30 million of lease revenue bonds to max. There's a substitute out there. I don't believe it's been adopted yet to increase that to 90. Again, the date these go into effect is May 1. So either way, we would be fine, both the dollar amount and the timing is because of this. Now, I want to emphasize, we've always from October, November, we've always said our plan was to issue the bond in April or May. Because we plan to begin the project work in June. So we're not by any stretch trying to circumvent a law that may be coming. We've always had this in place. But again, based on the 90 million, we're still be fine with that, okay?
So,
Go ahead.
sorry, I should have brought this up in our overview, but that 90 million, the substitute bill is by the bill sponsor. So I do believe that that'll get into the bill if it moves. But the cities and counties just hate that bill with a white hot passion. They have a harder time passing bonds than school districts do. And so the cities and counties just hate that bill. And I don't know for sure what's going to happen, but if I had to bet on it, I don't think it's pass, at least not in its current form.
So what's the difference? The theory behind it, what's the difference between 50 million and 90 million?
Yeah.
The whole process, I think.
Well, yeah, I think the reason that bill came forward is, from what I understand, is that Alpine needs these lease revenue bonds. If they can't use lease revenue bonds, they will have to split. And the legislators running this bill are trying to force them to split.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we all love to get caught up in that.
No.
And it looks like right now it's been assigned to a committee, but hasn't been heard yet.
They've had that bill for a while too. And that tells me that the sponsor has to hold it.
Here's our estimated payment schedule again. Again, looking at the notes there, we do expect to issue, 43 with the 6.5 in premium. We'll just go to Corner, Gordon and Eastmont. But to make this payment, we are going to need to generate about 4 million in new tax revenues to make this payment, as we've talked about. That will be an increase, as we've talked about, in that $40 to $42 range. There'll be a few other factors that could push it $1 or $2 either way on the average house. We haven't talked about the operating side of this as well. You can see our payment plan that we have out there to the right. Again, once we get going, looking at 15 years, roughly 4.5 million lease payments each year. Pay those days. I like sometimes just looking at it graphically again. The orange bar is what we have issued already, including Glacier Hills. The blue is what we'd add on. Again, for those really 7 years there, that's why we need to get that tax increase, make that bond payment. After 32, I guess if the board wanted, they could issue more bonds and fill that in again or something, because you will have headroom. But there's options way out there that way. Just a quick, you have a question, Mom? Go ahead.
Just looking at that, with a go bond, at the end of the bond life, those taxes disappear, the taxpayers are done. The lease revenue bond, where you go through truth and taxation, that rate doesn't change at the end of the bond. It just then becomes part of the tax base for the district.
So then you can do other projects.
That was a question, not a statement, but
That is a-
pretty close to either, to go either way.
It's true.
Yeah.
So you will continue to collect that revenue unless you wanted to go below the certified rate. So you'd want to do that, because then you'd have to raise it back up and inflationary purposes at some time. But you can look at other projects coming out, because how many of us will be here in 2032 or 34, but you're gonna have.
Well, I plan on being here.
Alive?
Just to,
That's good.
just to give you a quick update on some of the projects, we've been having some meetings with AMHT and they've been at some of our board meetings on East Mountain. Warden. We had meetings with 4 at Corner Canyon, actually had a good meeting today. We've had meetings with Hillcrest on the track and what we can do there on transportation. Want to emphasize they will not be part of the LBR process because we don't want to collateralize any more of our things that with property that we have to. But they'll be paid without sources. So with that, that's all I have. Before I have any questions, just a couple things. One, so all the documents we've put out there are dated February 20th. So if you're okay with, again, like to bring this back at that meeting to approve those. 2, is it okay if we change the authorization from 43 up to 50 million? Just to make sure we have enough, again, with the intent that we would generate enough proceeds around that 49 to 50 million, go out to market. And 3, I think this is the big one, is on the referendum. You know, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but how do we feel about that, knowing this bill, Rucci's bill 172-ish or whatever, 73-ish goes through? How do we feel about that? I don't think the amount would generate a whole lot of interest in my opinion, but I want to make sure everybody's aware of that possibility at this point.
Would this not be grandfathered under her?
No, because the tax increases.
For the next year.
We vote for it in August.
Go for it in August, yeah.
Hmm,
I'd have to check it.
Tax increase, but we issue the bonds prior to that.
But the tax increase happens. in
Oh,
August.
TNT.
I'd have to check, but I think
That's
The bond being approved.
Not particularly concerned.
So the process would be that somebody would have to collect signature 10% of the active voters in the school district. Get that on a ballot.
so.
It'll be extremely rarely used. That's a pretty high hurdle
They have,
to climb.
correct me if I'm wrong, again, I need to check the
Clear.
bill, but it's 7 days after you pass the tax increase is when they have 7 days to make that initial referendum. Someone does. And then I believe it's 20 days after that to collect the 10%. For us, there would be
45,
25.
45, I thought.
days.
30 or 45.
Okay, we'll have to check that. For that, 10% for us would be in that 15,000 range.
Molly,
And then there's time then the signatures have to be verified. And then they have to, by a certain time before the actual election, the ballots are printed and so it's likely that if that process was initiated, it could delay everything a whole year.
that is a huge hurdle to climb and clear. Anybody, Molly Hart, who's running for re-election to the state school board, is currently trying to collect about 15,000 signatures. Anybody can talk to her about how difficult that is. It's not easy.
Mr. Millerberg, thank you.
In the history of the Canyon School District, other than when we were first created, have we done a truth and taxation hearing? Just one up, one.
2019.
What was that for?
That's when our teacher raises went to 50,000. Just to give you some context of that one, happening again, 2019 for the FY20 year, so just before COVID. The average tax increase on the average home then was around 450,000. Was $140-ish. So right now, maybe we look at 40 on capital, maybe 40 on operating, maybe in that $80 range. So coming up, and that's operating, we'll talk, and that's gonna be part of our budget negotiation process. But that's when we last did it. So, we are operating, it should be said that we are operating in 2024 inflationary market with 2019 revenues.
Wow.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
So we have not gone to the trough very often.
Even the Taxpayers Association has said you need to go out and raise taxes every 5 to 8 years. That's their saying. So it'd be 5 years for us.
Yeah, I'd like to propose that we consider just making it a regular practice to do it every year.
Truth and taxation.
Yes, there are other districts that do.
There's a lot.
And remind me which ones you know of, which districts actually do that every year.
Park City says they are. Salt Lake City usually does. Granite usually does. They may skip a year every now and again, but they.
Some of the smaller districts.
Smaller districts good.
Do.
I think
I believe Logan, Ash, regular, Fox Hills, regular.
I think in order to be able to be able to deal with inflation, I think it's critical and important. And if the public comes to understand that this is just part of what happens with running a school district for the community.
A certified rate, you have to.
Yeah. Is everyone else in agreement?
I am.
I am.
Let's everyone remember that in 1 year. I was just saying.
But it would be
We've said it
significantly
before.
minor that's
No,
the
you're
thing.
right.
If we do it every year, it's not as big
It's very
chunks,
small,
like,
yeah.
I think it's good policy.
And this point's right on. We know with our high value. So roughly every $10 of tax increase on an average home gets you $1 million. If you go up $20 on the average home. Say how the impact that is to the average home. $20, you get $2 million. Pretty good.
Do we need to pay them? I think you're out. It does come up to the agenda item.
Just for
Well, we
next
just
year.
need to remember,
I think it's something that
will come up in
now, because
negotiation.
I think it still has to be a year-to-year decision, but
Any other questions? And board, Leon asked us a bunch of questions there at the end. So does anyone have any concerns with what he said? Bringing it back, raising it to 50 million? Was there something else?
Just the referendum.
Oh, yeah, just to be aware of that. Okay, I think we're good with that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Okay, I will declare us done with study session and we will start business meeting at 7. Thank you.
Wise.
We finished on time. Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is February 6, 2024, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South and 300 East in Sandy, Utah. We are going to excuse Mrs. Nybar tonight. She was here earlier but had to leave. And the first item on the agenda is to approve our agenda today. Could I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda for today.
February 6th? Say the date.
For February 6th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance and school highlights, and that will be given by Brenda McCann, Union Middle School Principal.
Thank you. I have to be smarter than I thought I am. If everybody would please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I am so excited to be here to be able to share some things that are going on at Union Middle School this year or in the past. As you all know, we have a brand new building. It's awesome. It's pretty much done, probably 90%. We have the auditorium left that needs to be completed. And right now they're doing that. And this should be done, I'm hoping by the end of April, that it'll be done. But what's so exciting about our new building, I think that I'd like the public to know and you guys to know is that by adding the collaborative spaces to our building, we have an area now that the kids in the morning come to. You'll see some sitting and doing homework. You'll see some that are just meeting and interacting with their friends, but it gives them a common space where they can go and meet. It's been an awesome site. And even though I think the garage doors were a little apprehensive for teachers at first, I've seen all kinds of things with those where they're using them as collaborative space by opening it and using the space by their room, but they're also using the windows to write on. It's been interesting to go in math class and to watch the kids stand at the garage doors and then write, doing their mathematics using the windows. So it's been an awesome thing. So we are appreciative for the building and everything that it's brought to our school. And with that, we are seeing an increase in enrollment, which is awesome. We're sitting around 900 students at the moment and have a lot of people looking to come to us that way. Also, I think that's with construction, that's probably what I wanted to share. I've given you guys a couple cards up front for the board members. One says, "Hey Bobcat," and it has a little pin to it. So this year we started this, and what it does is it allows teachers to fill this out, and they can either choose the things that are listed or they can add what they want. And then it comes to the office and the assistant principals or myself can call those students down. And so it's PBIS, it's a positive way we can interact with the kids. And they come down and we give them this and we go over what their teacher said about them. And then we give them this with this pin. So the only way they can get a pin is if they've been given this by one of their teachers or whoever, it could be a staff member as well. And then they will get given a candy bar. So that was just started recently this year. And it's fun to see the kids smile and get excited when they come in and they receive this and they get acknowledged, by their teacher and by their assistant principal that they don't all get to interact with on a regular basis. And then the other one I gave you it's called Bravo Bobcat. And it's a card that will go home. It's the one without the pin. And that's one that teachers can fill out. And again, they can click the box or they can write with their own message. And then I have my office staff who will address it. And then that one gets mailed home to parents. So those are two things we started this year that I think are really positive that Union's doing to help recognize kids and the positive things that they're doing. And it allows teachers and parents to see that as well. So I think that's been awesome and been great. On Fridays, we've started a new thing for our teachers a little bit this year that I think's been great. And that is we recognize different teachers each week and they have their own pin. Oh, I was going to wear it and I didn't, but it looks just like the yellow one I gave you, but it's white. And it has our motto for this year on it. And they get that with a certificate on Fridays. Each we recognize staff members and teachers and give them some kind of a treat along with it every Friday. And I think it's really helped with morale. It seemed like this year, I need to thank my staff, especially my custodian. He's come into a building as a new job this year and has done an awesome job to get it ready to go for students. I think I have 41 bathrooms. So it's a big project to be able to clean each night and have it prepared for kids to come. And then my teachers and my staff, they've dealt through a lot with not having projectors and not having power sometimes. And they're quite positive, and I think we have pretty good morale right now, pretty happy. And that's important for me to recognize them. And then I think finally, for the RISE testing, if you look at our growth scores from last year to, from the year before to this last year, 2022 to 23, we were ranked number one in, and I don't know if you call it a pool, it's probably not called a pool, but the group of schools that are like us in all the things, we were ranked number one within that group. And I have quite a few schools reaching out to me wanting to know how we're testing and what we're doing to reach those results. And I just have to give all that credit to the great staff that's been at Union for many years and the things that they do for kids, because I think that's why we've seen the growth that we've seen. And thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. McCann. So I personally loved hearing about how you're using that new building, how the kids are using the open space, how teachers are using the garage doors. And I love these ways that you're recognizing kids. So thank you so much. And thank you to your staff for all they are doing. Okay, the next item on our agenda is Canyon Strong Student Recognitions. And Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications, will present this.
Thank you, President Schill, for this time to recognize the achievements of students in Canyons District who have gone above and beyond in their pursuit of excellence. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the Board of Education and the superintendent. Now, before we list our honorees, we wanted to note that Canyons basketball, wrestling, and swim teams are headed into the last few weeks of their seasons. Now, the Utah High School March Madness, well, it's not really March Madness because it starts in February. Those playoffs for both the boys and the girls, they start on February 20th. And some of our teams, such as the team pictured here, the Alta High Hawks, are ranked among the teams to beat in the state. In fact, Alta High's boys team is ranked number one among all 5A teams. Girls and boys hoops teams at Corner Canyon, Brighton, and Alta also are in the top 10. We're excited to see how they finish their seasons. The state championships in wrestling are the week following that, and the state swim meet immediately follows those competitions. It's an exciting time for Canyons District students, teachers, coaches, staff, principals, and of course, the support of parents. We wish our Hawks, our Bengals, Chargers, Huskies, and Beat Diggers much luck as they seek even more state titles this year. And I say even more state titles because we are honoring a few state champions that have been crowned in just the recent weeks. This is, you'll see here photographs of Corner Canyon Cheer. The Corner Canyon Chargers have repeated as the 6A state champions in competitive cheer. The squad captured this trophy at the end of an evening competition at Utah Valley University a week ago. They were deemed the best all-girl cheer squad among all 6A schools. Now, this competition was pretty fierce. We went to go watch and cheer for the Chargers, and they took home the trophy, the first place trophy, for the second year in a row. And in fact, in the only 2 years that cheer has been a sanctioned sport by the Utah High School Activities Association, Corner Canyon has took first place both years. Now, we also are wishing our Corner Canyon cheer squad much luck at the National High School Cheerleading Championship in Orlando, a competition they have won 3 times, and they won it last year. So much luck to our cheer squad and congratulations. We hope that you repeat again as the national champions. Our next honorees are our next state champions. Hillcrest High's top-ranked drill team on Thursday captured the title in 4A classification at the state competition. Now, the Hillcrest team entered the state competition ranked number 2 among all 4A teams, and they battled their way to the top of the judges' sheet after nailing their choreography. My goodness sakes, it's late, isn't it? I've already worked for 12 hours. They nailed their dances. That's better. In the show, the military, and the dance categories. In fact, they are the state champions in the dance category. Congratulations to the team and to Coach Chelsea Devine. They did a fantastic job. Now, that's not it. So we had a finalist in the 6A, that's the Corner Canyon Shirelles, a finalist in the 5A, and that was the Brighton Acadians, and 2 finalists in 4A, and that was the Jordan High Charlonians and the eventual state champions, Hillcrest Drill. So we're taking a look at the best drill teams in all of the state, and we had at least 1 team in the final round of competition in all 3 of those classifications. So congratulations to Hillcrest and all of our other drill teams. They had fantastic years. We also want to honor the Brighton High Symphonic Band. The Symphonic Band was selected to perform at the Utah Music Educators Association Conference. Now, last week, the Brighton High Symphonic Band, they performed at this conference in St. George, and to be invited to perform is a prestigious honor. The Bengals were one of only 2 band ensembles selected out of field of applicants to perform, and the only high school ensemble to be selected this year to perform at the association's conference. Now, the ensemble has received a number of recognitions throughout the year, including superior ratings at the UMEA State Band Festival, and also was recognized as the Mark of Excellence state level winner. So congratulations to instrumental music teacher Michaela Mortensen and her student musicians for this accomplishment and showing the state the quality of our arts education programs. Now, our next honoree is here with us tonight. Will Elise Vargo come stand next to me at the podium? Elise, will you come up here? Let's give Elise a round of applause. She is a 4th grader at Butler Elementary School, and she is a big winner in the Utah PTA's Because of an Educator video essay contest. Her video essay is an original video about her teacher, Mademoiselle Desiree. Is that right? Is she here tonight, Mademoiselle? The video, which we will see a little bit later in recognitions, gives her a lot of thanks for helping you learn math. Is that right? Okay. So Butler, as you may know, is one of Canyon's district schools that houses a DLI program, dual language immersion, French, English, and you are in that program. Is that right? Okay. So she won a cash prize for submitting this video essay. I've seen it. It's phenomenal. I can't wait for all of you to see it too. And this essay was PTA's way of asking our students to tell the world about the great ways that our educators have touched their lives. Now, not only will we watch your video later tonight, but we are going to be posting it on all of our social media pages. And so the whole world will get to see what you have said about your teacher, okay? Let's give her another round of applause. Now, we also have some dignitaries from Utah PTA here. Corey Fairholm. Corey, yes, there she's Utah PTA president. And our friend Julie Clough from here in Region 17 PTA is the president-elect. So congratulations to her. We can't wait for her to take over because she's a fantastic PTA representative. She's worked really hard on behalf of the PTA here in Region 17 PTA. And I know she'll work very hard in the state organization as well. Now, our fantastic Region 17 director, Liz, is here too. We love Liz. Yes, we can give Liz a round of applause. Thousands of hours of volunteer work. So a big thanks to our PTA. They do a phenomenal job educating all of our communities about the ways that we can work together in this school to home connection that we have so strong in the Canyon School District. Now we have one more honoree tonight. Very quickly, we wanted to congratulate all of the student athletes, the Unified Special Olympic basketball players who played yesterday at the South Valley Tournament. It was held at Corner Canyon High School. We had teams from Corner Canyon, Brighton, Hillcrest, and Jordan, as well as some other teams in the Jordan School District. They played throughout the morning and did a phenomenal job. It was so much fun to watch. Thank you to our special education department for spearheading these activities for our special education students. Now, to conclude tonight's recognitions, and before we play Elise's video, we would like to introduce an educator who has been selected as the next leader of Canyons District Middle Schools. In tonight's consent agenda, you'll see that Mindy Robison was proposed to be the new school performance director over Canyons 8 middle schools. Now, you may know Mindy as the rock star principal at Midvale Middle, and also has been a principal at Crescent Elementary. In 2022, we were so proud of Mindy when we celebrated her announcement as the Utah Middle School Principal of the Year. So she's been at Midvale Middle since 2017. And since that time, she has spearheaded initiatives to increase achievement among Midvale Middle's diverse student body. Now, she was granted by the board an extra $230,000 in additional funding to reduce class sizes and provide after-school programming, and it worked. We saw increases in reading skill attainment, and in the COVID-19 year, when we saw math scores dip across the country, the Midvale kids stayed steady. This, for her part, Mindy tells me this: please tell the world how much I love Midvale and that I will take with me forever what I learned there. I know what she will bring to her new job is what she learned at Midvale, and that's to learn, that's to love kids. She does have a vision for middle school education, and the superintendent had asked me to ask Mindy at the end of this recognitions to come forward and talk to you and the world about her vision for middle school education in Canyon School District. Mindy?
I know I didn't get any taller, shoot. I just keep thinking it might happen. First of all, I want to express my gratitude for your trust and the opportunity that you are giving me to lead the middle schools. I feel incredibly grateful for the opportunities that I have had since I've entered this district. I started another district, and since I've been here, I have loved every single position that I have been in, but the middle schools are the place I love to be. As I was in the curriculum department, I got to spend time in every single middle school, and I am really excited to go back into every single middle school. As Jeff and I were talking, and during my interview, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew how much I love the middle schools, and I understand that each school in our district has a unique vision. They have unique goals, and I feel it's been very overwhelming and exciting, the things I've been able to do at Midvale, from the DLI program to the SALTA program to our newcomers. to most programs are at Midvale, and we have families throughout the entire community, and to getting to know every one of those. And so I really look forward to this opportunity. I also love the strategic plan. They kind of laughed at me in the interview. I kept going on. I love it. I love high quality education. I love supports. I love access and opportunities. And I really look forward to being able to support the middle schools in that. I also am very excited. When Utah introduced Portrait of a Graduate, we jumped on. And then as Canyons now has implemented as Portrait of a Scholar, I am so excited to help our middle schools see the competencies, because bottom line, I love the middle school kids. I know that they have so much potential, and they are being led by incredible leaders right now who want the best. And I really just thank you and this district for the opportunities they've afforded me, because I know that I have been incredibly fortunate. And a huge shout out to Cindy, because I couldn't do this without her. She has been an incredible mentor, and to my family. I think most of you realize when you commit at this level, your families have to sacrifice a lot. And I am grateful that 3 teenage kids put up with me. They like the stories, and a husband who's always there, will even show up to this board meeting. He got dressed appropriately. We had a conversation of what it was. We know how to work this out now. So again, just want you to know that I promise, like everything I've done in Canyons, I will give this everything. And I'm so excited to support our middle schools. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, as Mindy noted, she will succeed Cindy Hansen, who plans to retire at the end of this school year. Cindy's been a phenomenal leader in Canyons District. We will miss her. Middle schools really have benefited from her expertise and her calm, patient leadership. So welcome, Mindy. And now we will watch the amazing video done by Elise that won the statewide award in the PTA's video essay contest. Julie, would you play that for us? Elise, that was fantastic. Let's give her a round of applause. President Schill, thank you for the time that you give us during board meeting to recognize the students who make us Canyon strong. And turn the time back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Haney. We love to hear about our students achieving. So, and thank you everyone who is here. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary, which is right over there, at the meeting, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes. Those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If the patron wants to comment on a district's employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The board values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Comments must be age appropriate, considering children who may be present or viewing online. Okay, today we have two people that have signed up. First is Betty Shaw, and then second is Katie Nelson. So please come up to the podium.
Hello, I have a few things I wanted to say that I put on the thing. One of them is something I heard in the study session about the constitutional amendment that's coming up the end of this year or next year. One of the things I think is key, I know you have to walk a fine line between, you know, advocating and informing. Informing is going to be the biggest thing. We need to let the public know consequences of what's happening. And it's not, you know, this is bad, we don't want this, or this is good, we want it, but it's just giving them numbers and adequate information. And I know that PTA is all about that too. We know that part of the whole process was waiting for this year so that people would forget about it and not understand that it's a constitutional amendment. So I do agree that we need to get that information out. The other thing I want to talk about was I am currently the president of the East Midvale Elementary PTA. And we had our board meeting on Monday, and one of the teachers said, it's really important that we get this message to our board members. And so they gave me a little paper. I'm going to read just part of it. It says, the goal for the task force that's created with CEA and CSD to address the elementary educators' need for more prep time. They want to increase the brain boosters for students to 45 minutes Monday through Thursday with added 15 minutes of recess at the end. One, this gives educators a full 60 minutes to collaborate, develop stronger interventions, and small groups matter. Small groups matter. The curriculum plan for deeper learning activities, communicate with parents, and work on classroom management ideas. And two, this gives students additional opportunities for enrichment, which will have a more positive impact on students' mental health. I hadn't planned on this part. We can't address mental health too many times or too much. Starting at the youngest age, our children are being bombarded emotionally, and we have to have outlets for that. We have to have training for that. But recess time is important. These brain boosters are important. Our teachers also need that collaboration time. They don't have enough. They said that there's just an average of 160 minutes a week for them to collaborate. I can't say that we can do enough to help our teachers. They're loaded with so much and they deal with so much every day. So I'm here advocating on behalf of East Midvale Elementary and their PTA to please consider increasing their time that they can collaborate. And lastly, I just want to say thank you. I've been a part of this district since before it was a district. And I've been involved and I've been here. I give you a hard time sometimes. But I think you all know that you have my total support in the things that you do. I appreciate your collaboration with each other, with parents, with community members. I appreciate your concern. Sometimes it gets a little annoying when it keeps going and going and going. And that's why I leave early. But I do appreciate that you are concerned and that you do care about our kids, and it shows. I am very proud that we live in this district. I only had one graduate because the other ones graduated before the split. But she's now at Utah State and is about to become a teacher herself. But thank you for all your work. You guys don't get thanked enough, and I know you get ragged on a lot, but I do appreciate you as a board and our superintendent and our business administrator. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Katie Nelson.
President Schill, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
One of the things that was just conveyed to me is that our PTA friends had an award that they wanted to give to Elise. And I know the night is gonna get
Oh.
late. Do you mind if we just take 30 seconds for the PTA to give the award to Elise while they're all here?
Yes, that is
Okay, Elise, you want to
fine.
come forward? Yes? PTA folks, would you come forward to present this award to her? Fantastic.
We already gave it to her because I didn't know if she was gonna leave. So Elise, I gave you, so we were, in partnership with other education partners throughout the state of, Utah. And we had a wonderful sponsor who was able to give lots of money, huh? Elise, she got $250. And they also gave the teacher $100 because these teachers are making great impacts on these children, and I think they need to be recognized. So thank you for allowing us to come tonight to present Elise and her teacher this award, because what she did and what the video portrayed, you have a great teacher, huh? So congratulations and thank you for letting us be here tonight. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Okay, now Katie Nelson, come on up.
I'm Katie Nelson. I teach math at Midville Middle School. I'm in my 15th year of teaching and my 9th year in Canyons School District. I came to Canyons in 2015, having taught my first 6 years between two brand new charter schools. I was very excited to come to a well-established district. I accepted a position in a Canyons elementary school and was given access immediately to full curriculum materials. I wasn't short on materials or supplies, but I quickly found that I was immensely short on time. My achievement coach checked in with me regularly and would ask, "What do you need?" I always responded with time. I had come to Canyons with plenty of skills and a growing expertise in pedagogy, but I didn't have the time within my daily schedule to plan, prepare, and successfully execute each of the responsibility I was tasked with. I had to plan for whole group instruction for ELA and math, as well as center rotation activities during skill-based instruction, in addition to targeted small group instruction for my students during their rotation with me. I had to plan for science and history instruction. I had to plan for meaningful inclusion of students with disabilities from an otherwise self-contained cluster. I had before and after school supervision responsibilities. I had collaboration meetings and staff meetings. I had new teacher meetings and a huge C-test requirements that have since been modified. I had a large class of 35 students with 5 additional inclusion students. I had IEP meetings to attend as well as district trainings. What I didn't have each day was a dedicated planning period. My students had boosters 3 to 4 times per week, and with drop-off and pickup for those boosters, my preparation time was less than 30 minutes. About once per week, I would be able to stay in for recess because of alternating supervision schedules, but that 15 minutes goes by way too fast. Even though I was grateful to have a full curriculum for ELA and math, that also meant I had 12 to 15 pages of curriculum materials to read through just for a single day of instruction. My first year in Canyons, student achievement from one year to the next remained about the same. I would have liked to have done more for my students. After 2 years in a Canyons elementary, I was overspent and ready to leave Canyons. Fortunately, a friend invited me to apply at his school, Mount Jordan Middle School. I don't have time to go into details, but I found myself with nearly 2 hours of planning time each day and could finally breathe and could finally thrive in Canyons. When I saw the presentation materials for elementary planning time in the first study session where it was presented, I was gutted. I was taken aback by the much lower time given to elementary teachers in Canyons compared to other districts, but it was particularly soul-sucking to see the difference in dedicated planning time for my own colleagues in Canyons between elementary, middle, and high schools. My elementary colleagues are tasked with enormous responsibility, but they aren't given the dignity of a similar amount of preparation and planning time. The disparity is disgusting. Our Canyons elementary teachers cannot continue to be shorted on the preparation and planning time that is so essential to student achievement and employee well-being. The teachers who are successful with student growth and instruction and implementation responsibilities are certainly working very long hours, far beyond their contract time, because frankly, they are not given enough time to even do the bare minimum, let alone thrive.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to the consent agenda, and I will now ask for a motion, and please read all the items when you make that motion.
I'll make that motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes for January 9th, 2024. Item B, approval of minutes for January 23rd, 2024. Item C, approval of hire and termination reports. Item D, approval of purchasing bids. Item E, approval of student overnight travel. Item F, approval of December financial reports. Item G, approval of Canyon Education Foundation board members. And item H, approval of administrative appointments.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Karen seconded it.
Okay, we'll let Karen second. Okay, we have a motion and second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for vote. All in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, our next item on our agenda is new business, and it is the strategic plan focus group report, access and opportunity, and Paula Logan, Director of Federal and State Programs, will present that.
Well, McKay told me he was going to time me, and Amber told me to be fast. So we'll be fast. So this is just kind of a report of what we're doing. And we can just, oh, I have the clicker. See, you don't even know this thing. All right. So this is just our committee, and I think you're aware of that. And I'll move through that quickly. We have 1 impact statement, 2 strategic initiatives, 7 criteria, and 6 different stakeholder groups. And hopefully I've laid this out in a way that you can see we're trying to connect with all those. Dr. Robbins has mentioned the focus areas for our strategic plan, access and opportunity. And so those are listed on the right, and I'm just going to go through each one of those and kind of talk about what we're doing as a committee. So with current priorities, we're looking at post-secondary career access and innovative centers. So this is probably a little nebulous, but we are working with CTE and secondary counselors. So our counselors better understand those CTE pathways and programs. And we've had a couple meetings, and we're just kind of starting that process with the intent that we can better prepare our 8th grade students as we go through the CCR process, right? I'm like, it used to be SCOP, sorry. That's all I can think of in my mind is SCOPs. So the CCR process, and we can better inform both students and parents when there's an interest about what they need to do to be prepared for that. We're currently in discussions. We were going to have a meeting this week, and that's been moved because of some other things that happened. But with the University of Utah regarding the Step to You program that Brian had started over at Alta. And then obviously as a board and cabinet, we're visiting, and CTE, we're visiting tech centers to gather information on the future of CTech. So those are kind of the things that we've been kind of connected with that fall under that priority. Expansion of our teen centers. This is kind of an ongoing process, and we have some good news. Hillcrest is doing a great job, and LA, their facilitator, has done a really phenomenal job. We just met with them and looked at moving one of their restrooms, and it's just a shower facility, making one a shower and bathroom facility, and then they'd have a shower facility for ADA and a bathroom for ADA. So makes it a little more usable. Creating maybe a private meeting space for families and some storage and office space. So we were granted from the state an extension on that grant. So we're going to hopefully work together with some architects and get some drawings, renderings, and figure out a best way to make that space more usable. At Brighton High School, we're looking at, the architects are drawing up some plans. We'll work with Marielle there to kind of figure out how we can adjust the space to plan to open in the fall. And that and our Diamond Ridge both were extended, the timelines on those. Diamond Ridge is currently running food and clothing with access to a shower, and we've got some small organizational changes, but we're working with that. Jordan High is our great news on this. We are close to being done. They just did the punch list, and then we're planning on opening in the 1st of March. So we're going to post for a job for someone to help us out with that. And then we were, from the policy project, actually awarded a little more money for both the Diamond Ridge and the Brighton projects. So we've got a lot going on in that area. with our advanced learning and opportunities for middle school students, and I kind of put the elementary with this. But Melissa Baker and Cindy Hansen are working together on an information pamphlet that we would provide to parents, giving kind of more of an idea of what the purpose of middle school is, the function and the opportunities. And we talked in our last meeting about maybe expanding that a little bit and adding developmental information for parents. So I'm sure you've had adolescents and it's a struggle. But trying to just kind of explain this is our purpose and this is how we're trying to help students through these transitional years. We've got the Elevate grant, which is a grant from the state where we're working with Mount Jordan, and we've given you some information on that from Cindy and Ryan. And tomorrow we're actually meeting Friday to kind of put that all together and get that into the state. So that's to help them with their academic scores from the state testing. We've got STEM activities that ISD has been working with. We've had some STEM nights in the middle and the middle and elementary schools. As a matter of fact, in the listening tour, Stacy up at Eastmont was just mentioning theirs is coming up. And then one of the big projects that our elementary, Sally Sampson and Nancy were working on is getting these websites up for our elementaries, putting a link where you could click. So if you click on either of those, it'll take you to the school site, which lists under school information activities, and you can see what the activities are and who is over them at all of our elementaries. So hopefully giving parents an idea of what's available. Also, as schools are it's a resource we thought other schools could use as they're writing their TSSP plans and their goals, that they could look and see what other schools have been doing and know who to contact to get information from. I still want to hit that computer. All right. Special education enrichment. This has been kind of an exciting month. We're continuing to have success and participate in unified sports. And I know Jeff just highlighted the basketball this week. But we opened the Life Skills Academy over in the old Crescent View building, which is where I actually started my teaching career. And it is just an amazing space. And I think many of you were able to be there that night. So that's been really exciting to see. And then Nate is doing ongoing training with our school staffs, kind of focused on, we've had a couple of requests to focus on those high yielding strategies for student success that would help students all across the board. And then our last area is the one where we probably need a little more work. But that's looking at the focus on grade distribution and the F grades that we have in our schools. But looking at that kind of prevalence data, where are we seeing those patterns specifically with our special ed, with our 504 students, students who are multilingual learners, students who are experiencing homelessness, and our honors and AP and IB, and kind of seeing where those gaps are and what patterns we see and how we can help improve that. Now I gave you this last time, so this time I kind of updated it. The green are things we've got going and are really strong, or we feel like are pretty strong. The yellow are things we're in the process of working with. And the red are things we are just starting to work with. So one of the big things that's kind of come lately is we've had an increase in numbers in our McKinney-Vento students that are experiencing homelessness, and a lot of students who are newcomers to our country and language. So we've got some things that we're currently discussing. We're looking at maybe adding some additional personnel to assist with the McKinney-Vento. From our Title I funds, there's a percentage that has to go to supporting our students who are experiencing homelessness, and we feel like we can make that work. We're trying to figure out a way to improve our newcomer supports in a more strategic way as that. And I've got some data on that you're going to be interested in, I feel like. And then revise our ALS aid role and the allocation of those supports and make sure we're doing some training. We're working on the teen centers and trying to make sure that's moving forward. And then we're looking forward to when Alta and Corner Canyon have some options and when we can apply for grants to help those schools move forward in that as well. And then the failing rates and credits, kind of looking at the data reports that students can easily access. We actually talked about that today with Hal a little bit with our TSI, targeted school interventions, how we can better replicate those reports and maybe even make our own reports so we're identifying and talking to schools in a more timely manner than maybe the state is. So we're looking at all those things. Any questions on that before I jump into the multilingual learning? And that was a lot of information to throw at you.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
Okay, so first of all, I have a question initially about those who are members of the committee. So I was under the impression that all of the strategic planning committees had at least 3 board members on it. Is that the case?
Did I miss somebody? We've
So-
got Nancy, Karen, and Mont.
Oh, am I not seeing it?
Mont's over on
there.
this other
Okay,
side.
got it. Okay, so there are 3 of us on there. No, you're on the wrong side of it.
My side.
I know.
Side?
So I just wanted to make sure because I was like, I don't want to shaft this committee because it's an important one. So my question is actually with regard for advanced learning opportunities for middle school students.
Okay.
So can you help flesh out a little bit more about what that's going to look like? I've gotten feedback from people in my community recently about frustrations that they feel like their kids coming into middle school don't have opportunities for advanced learning, that sometimes they actually will shop middle schools or other schools outside of our district in order to make sure that their kid is challenged. I just went through middle school registration with my 5th child this week, and I share a little bit of that same frustrations. And I know that this is something that the committee has discussed. Can you give me an idea of what the current plans are to help address that?
Well, I think we're starting with kind of that purpose. We're kind of probably attacking that twofold. One is looking at that purpose and identifying better or clarifying better what those honors pathways are and how we can access those as parents. So when you come in at the beginning of 6th grade, you're familiar. We send you something that says, hey, this is the pathway for those honors classes that we're offering, or the math class where you can take the summer course, summer bridge, and accelerate. The other thing we're doing is really looking hard at that CTE STEM and where we can add information about how you're going to prepare. So if you're going to go into a very specific area, that we've got those classes in the middle school that will help support you, and there's a better pathway identified. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's helpful. I mean, here's my concern, and I'm going to just be really frank about it. I bristle a little bit about the idea of saying, okay, we're going to get the information to the parents about what middle school purpose, function, and opportunities are. If it's about in a few years, you're going to have this chance. 3 years is a long time for a child who's really advanced in their learning.
Mhm.
And middle school is already a time where I think they can get bored easily. And, I hear a lot of complaints and frustrations from the parents about how that plays out, especially when Chromebooks are easily accessible during the school day. These kids have got to be engaged.
Right.
And the more that I'm reading about how to effectively engage children in personalized learning, I'm just wondering whether or not there are innovative ways that we can address that more effectively, whether it's using the Chromebooks more effectively with certain programs or ways to engage students so that they are being pushed on their own ability level. But I mean, I think that there's so many strong suits to this district, like our elementary schools are strong, our middle schools are obviously strong, and the high schools are, but I think that there's a lot of room for improvement on using those 3 years of middle school to really set these kids up to take advantage of the fire hose they're going to be drinking from the minute they enter their freshman year. I'm just interested in knowing more about that and some of the specifics that have been discussed. And I am hearing feedback from my community about it.
Okay, I'll add that to our list.
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen.
I just had 2 questions. Mine kind of dovetails a little bit. And I know we're meeting tomorrow, so we'll have quite a good discussion, but I was wondering what kind of training our counselors are getting to get information to our parents and students as they're picking courses to go on to middle school. I found it lacking as a parent myself, because I
Right.
sat down and I thought, you're just giving me this cardboard, this piece of paper, and it just tells me the classes I can take. And there was no I didn't feel there was any direction is if you're really into this thing, here's your pathway. If
Right.
you're into this, there's your pathway. And I know we're working on trying to clarify that. But the first step that direction would be to truly, really train and integrate knowledge to our counselors. Because I went to the
Right.
counselor later and I said, you never said anything about CTE and even what it was.
Yeah.
Granted, she was new, but this is a year later and she still doesn't know.
So,
So I'm asking, what are we doing to help even with that much?
right. So we're on the initial stages of that. We had one meeting 3 weeks ago, looking at Tom Sherwood, he's not paying attention. When we met with the CTE people, was that 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? I don't know why he needs to verify that, but apparently I needed him to. And we're starting that process. So working with the CTE department to outline very specifically what their prerequisites are, what those skill sets are. Working with our counselors in that same meeting to attend so they're familiar with that process. And then we're inviting the middle school people as well so that we can get them to have that information. But that is a hole that we've seen. And we're starting the process to get that.
Well, I understand it's
addressed
an
hopefully by next year.
invitation.
Yeah.
To come and not a requirement. And I kind
I
of
think it is an invitation for middle school right now, but we can,
I think
we
it
can
needs to
work
be a
on that.
requirement. Sorry,
Okay.
just on my part. Just, they don't have to go deep into it, but just to be aware of what in the world is going on.
Well,
So
I
that was my
think as
first
we
question.
move forward with the, working with Melissa, because she is over the counselors, we can maybe do some work with that and get that more explicit and more systemic.
Yeah, because I just felt when I came out, I didn't know any more than if you just had sent that registration card home with me.
Okay.
I'm serious. I didn't get any additional support as a parent, and I'm a motivated parent. So I was just concerned about that it just feels like a really big gap because they go, okay, hi, here's high school. And, they're drowned and it takes a long
And
time
it's
to
a
get
few,
their feet
yeah.
get their feet on the ground and to build on what Amanda was saying is that they really should already know kind of where they're heading.
Right.
I mean, already be not locked in, but have an idea. If I want to do this, I'm going to do
I want to do these
this and
pathways,
this
or
and
if
this.
I'm interested in these pathways, this is how I would access. them.
Exactly. My other question was, what is our percentage of usage of our teen centers in each of our schools right now, generically? I know you don't have that memorized. Is it
Yeah,
increasing now that you're providing these extra facilities?
I
which
could
are
bring that
vital-
information back to you.
You can do that.
I have a report from
Tom has his
Hillcrest.
hand up though.
Oh, Tom's got his hand up. Excellent.
Come up here, Tom, come up. Yeah, come
Yes.
up because otherwise
That wakes you up.
otherwise it doesn't go on the recording and then Cindy has to make up stuff. Anyway, just kidding.
I got the Hillcrest thing. You want me to pull it up on my computer?
One at Hillcrest, I just is very highly used. They have it staffed all day. Students are in and out all day. They're using the food pantry, the showers. They use some of the lockers to store their items. It's really an essential piece of their school. And it's the one that's the most, it's the only one I think that's fully functioning. Jordan's is set to open soon and they're expecting similar usage, but I think Greg said between 50 and 100 kids a day are in and out of there. So, and some of the limitations are staffing too. Because we try to have people there so kids can access it when they need to, but also we have to pay people when they're there. So trying to find the best way to manage the workforce and the student needs, but it's really heavily used.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sherwood.
You needed to talk just a second more.
Okay, I do have, Mrs. Nybar wanted me to share a comment from her. And so she just said, we need to be careful to provide and protect pathways for advanced learners in neighborhood schools. We're kind of going along with what Amanda said. And then especially with voucher bills and charter schools getting extra funding. So, yep. So I think the board is all in favor of more options for advanced learners.
Well, it appears I can't find the one they sent me from Hillcrest. I
Yeah,
know I
that's
had
okay.
it.
That's okay.
Anyway, I'll email that to you. I'll get it to Cindy so she can get that out to all of you because that's a really interesting report that she's put together about the use and how many people are in there and how many hours they're using.
it's just a comment. I really feel like that's important to present in a public meeting
Okay.
as our community may not be aware of the reasoning why we put so much effort to get these established.
Okay.
And the need in our community, because I truly don't think people understand. So I would like to really
Okay.
show the success of our using our monies in this direction and the needs that we're able to meet.
Okay, I'll have that next time.
Yeah, so maybe next time you present to the
Mhm.
board, you could add that in.
I'll have her new, she sends me one each quarter, so we'll have that.
Okay, I think that's all the questions, so.
So do you want to, one of the requests was to add some information about our growth with students who are newcomers. So we went to a training with Avid, and the only reason I included this slide was just in a few years, they said 1 out of 4 students will be classified as an EL student. So this is something we're seeing across our state. Really, it's heavy in our state, but it's heavy across the nation. This is just some data that we pulled because we are getting schools that are feeling a little unsupported, and our current plan isn't meant to support 720, which is now updated to 738 to date, students who are new to our country. So we started the year with 337, and then we really have been adding about 25 to 30 every week. So you can see on the left-hand side that really all of our schools are impacted by this. The ones in green are impacted the heaviest, not obviously, but that's where their numbers are. But this is something across the board, and my department is working to come up with a better plan to support them because it's a little bit of a struggle right now. This slide is a little more difficult to read, but once I tell you, it'll make sense. So in green, we've got the WIDA 1 numbers. So in the elementary school, we have 809 students who are WIDA 1. We have 1,484 students who are WIDA 1 through 3. Oh, so yeah, that's the lowest. The WIDA 1 are our students who are brand new to the nation or to the country, learning English, really mostly are not conversant in English. WIDA 2, you've developed some conversation skills, but your listening or your reading, your understanding is still really needs a heavy lift. 3 kind of spans that. I'm getting a lot more skills and I kind of understand, but I still need quite a few supports. We do have a system for 4s and 5s, but 4s and 5s are really in the schools pretty much independent with a little bit of help and support. They're being successful. So that's why we kind of focus down on that WIDA 1 through 3. So you can see that like we have a lot of students who are in that very first beginning. Those newcomers, students who are new, are really hitting our schools heavily, and that impacts those WIDA 1 numbers. And so that's when I have a student in my class who doesn't speak English. And that's all across our district. So we're looking at how we can better support that with our ALS. So that's alternative language services. We have aids that we put in schools. We have 12 elementaries that have an aid, 3 middle schools and 4 high schools. We have 4 schools who, with their own TSSP or land trust monies, have added more hours or purchased, put aside money to have an aid. And then our community school facilitators, we have 8 schools with community school facilitators. They also help more with that wraparound service. So we're working to kind of look at that. And we feel like with our ALS aids, we're missing an opportunity to really train and support, train that person and support them in more strategic ways. So then within the classroom itself, instructional supports provides a lot of that support. At this point, they've had at least 60 requests on the elementary, and they've consulted with 17 of our 28 schools to provide supports to those teachers and that staff. In the secondary, we've had at least 80 specific requests, We've consulted with 7 of the 8 middle schools, 4 of the 5 high schools, Diamond Ridge and CTech. Again, trying to get that support to help teachers man that kind of just difficult time when we're trying to help a student engage in class, the student's trying to figure out the school system, the student's trying to figure out, I'm in a new country, and how we can best support that. On the right side are things that the ISD department already does to kind of push out more that tier 1 kind of support or support for teachers. So on the district day, we do a review of those resources and processes for support. The secondary combined early outs, we do some focus on MLs and how to support them in your classroom. We have the QTEL training, which is bringing in West Ed to help us with their focus is high quality interactions. And we've seen a lot of really good things. Both Mindy and Bruce went to some training this summer. And so we've seen them both push out varying levels of that in their schools at Jordan and at Midvale. And when we were at the listening tour, at the very beginning of their meeting, Mindy had small groups. And their question was, what have you used to kind of out of this high quality interactions? And the teachers really shared some, I thought, very impactful things about how that's changed some of the conversation and some of the ways kids are interacting in their classrooms, especially our students who are struggling with language acquisition. So we do have a lot happening with that. Kind of our next steps. This year, we've done the QTEL training. We're in the middle of the math. We started with social studies, and then we've got math teachers in 8th and 9th grade, so both middle and high school. We did science, we're doing math, and then, no, we did social studies, we're doing science, doing math, and then we're gonna do science. Next year, we want to do maybe an admin strand, so we're better training our administrators, an ELA strand, and looking at what their options are to help our elementary. We want to automate the newcomer notification system. This is hopefully going to be done by the end of this week or next week, where schools can just, kind of like our request for a translator, they can just hit a button, fill out some information, and we'll get that information to the people who need it and get supports out to them. So many of our students who are new are also experiencing homelessness. And that's been a big challenge. I know several of you went over to the road home. So we are going to look at taking some of our Title I monies and hopefully hiring a second Connie, because Connie is probably going to retire. I probably shouldn't announce that, but she's looking at that, and that's, we've got her working with it. That right now we have over 2,000 students in our district who are experiencing homelessness. And that's a big job and a big ask. And Connie has carried that well for years. And so we feel like we need to get her some help and help us get some of that information that she is just filled with before we have to make that transition. I'm trying to convince her the transition needs to wait at least another year. At the beginning of the year, we want to talk a little bit with our teachers about translation protocols, what's appropriate to translate, and different ways they can do that. Especially if we're going to work with our ALS assistants and train them on offering supports, especially to those students who are newcomers. That shifts them a little from that. I think a lot of our schools use the ALS assistant to translate a lot of things. And so we've got to kind of lay those both out together. And so we're working on a more specific and thought out plan, so we have that in our basket next year. And then we're also going to start monthly meetings with our admin for ALS. There is one administrator in every school that's over that. And they'll be having a meeting with either myself or Bev from my department, as well as quarterly training for those ALS assistants. So those are the things that we're working on to address that issue that's kind of been big.
Okay, Mrs. Oakes, then Mr. Edel.
Thank you so much, Paula. That was great. It's a lot of information.
It's a lot.
A lot of needs. This is, I have to say, as a board member, I really appreciate us having these reports from our strategic planning committees, because I feel like this can get away from us so fast. I'm like learning so much and I'm thinking I'm one of the,
So am I.
yeah. Well, and the first thought I have is some of this data has got to get into the hands of our legislators.
Yes.
Last week I was talking to a mother of a math teacher in a neighboring school district. This woman actually left industry because she had a love for teaching and she teaches 7th and 8th grade math. This year, each of her classes have over 50% are new English language learners. And trying to teach math like that and with a large classroom is becoming so difficult and so unwieldy. She comes home weeping a lot of times and says, I don't know how I can keep going. Now, this is a teacher that in her first year got a district-wide award for what an amazing teacher she was. And the burden that this is placing on some of our teachers is so profound.
It is.
I can't even imagine personally. So it's all the more reason that I really think that in our discussion this coming week with our legislators, I would love to be able to share some of this with them. As we're discussing funding for public schools, I don't think they even remotely understand just how different the landscape of our population is compared to even 2 years ago. I mean, compared to the beginning of COVID, it's a completely different place almost. So anyway, that's just a food for thought. All of us will be up there meeting with them this week. And
Well, you have this, and I'll also send all of you our McKinney-Vento report that we just completed this month. We do it the first of every month. So you'll have those numbers and it gives you the 3-year kind of project, like where we've been for the last 3 years.
well, and I don't think, I mean, I hear different pieces of anecdotal stories coming from teachers or from principals of how many new students they have coming in that are immigrants or refugees or whatnot. I had no idea it was that many per week.
I'm going to tell you, I don't think we did either. So we pulled this because we were getting a lot of questions. I mean, this is another plug for how great the listening tour is, right? Like we're getting all these questions and superintendent said, please look up this data. And we put it all together and I was stunned. And I'm
Shocking.
like, our department, we've got to rethink how we're using our ALS assistants because that's our one kind of tie into the majority of the schools. And we're not even systematically training them on how they could help with that. So I think we have a lot of well-meaning people and we just need to train them for what we'd like them to do and how they can be supportive and move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's astounding and we're only one district. I mean, so to multiply that across the board, our legislators have got to better understand what's happening. And it's not enough for them to give us 10 minutes at one meeting in August. Like, I don't know how we can more effectively communicate this. I'm trying to figure that out. And so it comes with another request that as you are gathering more of this and you feel like any of it is viable or relevant to what we are trying to advocate for, please send it our direction.
Okay.
I think it would be really important.
Okay. Will do.
Okay, Mr. Edel.
Okay, so on a lighter note, before I dig into this, it's funny, at least to me, I spent, I don't know how many minutes trying to figure out what the different colors meant until I realized that they were just patterns.
Yeah. These are just colors to make it a little easier to see the different things. There's no pattern here, which is a fair question because I do like a good pattern. No, just so they're easier to see because when it's all white, it just all blurs together. One of those teaching strategies I've used.
Amanda pointed out that it was the military in me, and it is because anything that's highlighted, I'm supposed to think that it's different or grouped with something. But anyway, I thought it was funny of how much time I spent, and then finally when I realized that it was.
I'll let you know next time. I'll do better.
I have a question and then some comments. The first is for the monthly ALS admin meetings. So the admin would be like principal, assistant principal. Is that who it is?
It's generally a principal or an assistant principal in the school who's overseeing that. And we just want to get a better feel for what those immediate concerns are. And as we shift this and do this automated or this notification system that they can really get to much quicker and we can get supports out, or as we develop like what we're expecting the ALS assistants to do, that we're getting that feedback, that this is where we're needing help. This is what we need. So we just want to be more responsive to that.
So I have been aware of this issue, because when I visited schools, it's been brought up every single time I've visited schools.
Yes.
To the point where I absolutely know your numbers. I think it was East Sandy I was visiting, where they were at the time we're getting about six new students a week. And I believe they were saying last year they were somewhere around that for the whole school year.
Yeah.
And so we haven't dealt with this at all in many of our schools. And so I'm concerned about our response. And I understand, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say bad things about your plan.
Don't worry. It's okay.
But what I'm seeing is a lot of meetings and a lot of maybe it's presented in a way where I feel like there's less of a sense of urgency than I think maybe there ought to be in trying to maybe find some different solutions around this, especially for our elementary schools. Because we can't put more on our teachers, but
Right.
But as it is, they have more just by having these students in their classes.
Correct.
At the same time, we have the monthly ALS admin meeting. That's why I asked that, because I'm a little concerned about that too. Just because, again, it continues to put additional stress on our elementary schools. So we have, I think it's 6 elementary schools that have assistant principals.
Mhm.
And most of those schools are already pretty stretched as it is. And so there's yet another thing we're putting on admin. And for our schools that don't have an assistant principal, it's yet another straw that we're putting on the camel's back for them. So I'm concerned about the time and the weight that this adds to our already overloaded staff at our elementary schools. And I also don't want our secondary schools to think I don't care about them. But I just feel that our elementary schools are stretched really, really tight right now, and they don't have any bandwidth to deal with it at all. And I get that it's a stressor on everyone, and I get we don't have infinite resources. But I think it's something important that we need to consider, and figure out what can we do.
Right.
Whether it takes more resources outside of your office, whether it requires more coordination, but what can we do to support our schools kind of beyond meetings and training, which I just don't think they have the bandwidth to do.
So the meetings, and we've actually talked about that, right? Because that takes, even if we're doing a half-hour meeting and they come here and then they go back. So we've actually talked about doing most of those Zoom, and maybe once a quarter they're in person, so that they could more easily access that. But they are intended to be, those meetings with the admin would not be training meetings. It'd be more just, how are things going? What are the big things that are hitting, and how can we be more responsive? So I'm going to say maybe a half hour. But again, we were concerned about that as well, because we don't need another 2 or 3 hour meeting where they travel over and do that. So we are conscientious about that. And the training leans more towards the ALS assistants that we already have in schools, and just using that resource more deliberately and more specifically. Does that help? Some.
I think I understand the picture.
Okay.
And I hope my concern is expressed, and I really want you to know this isn't necessarily directed at you, because I've got a whole bunch of colleagues down this row, and a superintendent. And so I really want you to know my comments are not directed at you. My comments are directed at the situation.
It's big for
It-
us.
It's a significant issue
Mhm.
that kind of came out of nowhere. So please don't take my comments as
No.
you just happen to be standing there in front of me.
Hey, we've been brainstorming on this since we pulled the data. Because we all knew that there was an impact. I don't think we recognized how big it was. And just as an example, like last January, we have 95 newcomers this month or this January. Last year it was 14. So I mean, this has been a huge expansion. And like you're saying, our teachers and our staff, those people in the schools, we're all working really hard all the time. It's not like they're just sitting around waiting for something else to work on. So we are brainstorming on as many ways as getting them supports in as many ways as possible.
Okay, Superintendent, would you like to
So,
comment?
yeah, just to first thank you, Paula, for your work on this. I think, those of you that have been on listening tour, this has come up almost in every school, really across the district. It's not isolated in one place. And so, what I see is teachers that maybe had one or two ML students or newcomer students now have 5, now have 10, so it's just, that's kind of it feels like that's the increase. So in that conversation, just to your point, Andrew, my kind of vision for this, and I've said before to cabinet, if I can't get up in front of our teachers and faculties and articulate our plan and our vision for where we're headed with this, how do we expect them? And I've struggled with this too. It's new. These numbers have come on a lot quicker than we ever expected. I think it's also important to recognize that these are families fleeing violence and all kinds of issues in other countries, and they're coming here and they're choosing us. And so, I think that's a great thing, right? That they want to be here and they could go anywhere really in the world, and they're choosing to come to Utah and specifically enroll their kids in Canyon. So I think we take that stewardship really seriously. To me, the kind of the 3 areas that, and Paula's touched on this, and I really appreciate her work and our team's effort. One is intake and onboarding, right? Really thinking just more, I guess, more intent on when students come, to her point, like who knows what their needs are and when they arrive, and how do we really address that? And that involves, a very holistic approach. It shouldn't just be, hey, they're in my class now, what do I do? Because I think you made a great point. That added weight for any of our teachers is overwhelming of what to do. I do think, and there's debate about this, about, what really works best. Is it full immersion? Is it school within a school? Is it a gradual release where there's lower, language intensive classes to more language intensive classes? I mean, I have my own feelings about that. Some districts are taking the approach that there's translation services and technology used right out of the gate. Some people would argue that slows learning for these students. And so all these things are in play of how we develop this. So that's really the entry point. The second piece is instruction supports. And I think we have a lot there. The connection between what our coaches and our teachers are accessing and how that articulates into the classroom, I think there's still a lot of work to be done. I think that'd be a fair observation. In the listening tour, a lot of the coaches will respond with, yeah, hey, I know the resources are there. I'm struggling with I think at Mid-Valley, we heard that, didn't we, Mon, about how do I get those into the classroom in a timely manner? And so I think that's the second piece. And then third, to your point, is just these wraparound services. We've got to make a stronger investment in support personnel. When I look at the number of people supporting, hundreds of kids now, it's a couple. It's basically 2 people trying to provide all of those supports. And that's not just the student. We're talking about their siblings, their parents, their families. I mean, this requires all hands on deck. So I think, this is a trend that the demographics are changing in our district. This is going to be what it looks like a lot more, I think, as the world unfolds with all these different events. And so we got to get on this, and I'm confident we got, it's definitely, I can assure the board, the level of urgency, at least from my seat, is one that's high priority. When we're out listening to our teachers and our staff, without fail, this is a big weight that everybody's feeling, but this isn't something that we can't overcome. We have the right people. We just need to make some investments that are targeted in the right areas, and we can provide those opportunities and services to our kids. So anyway, just give you an overview of kind of the context of the discussion that we've been having.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tingy, then Mr. Milberg, then Mrs. Oaks. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for this report and this, including this information. One of the things that I think might be helpful, and I don't know how hard of an ask this would be, but I think it'd be helpful. You mentioned like in January, comparing last year, we had 14 and this year 95. If you could maybe give us at least, the August through January
Okay.
numbers comparing, just
I can
to
get that to you
illustrate
tomorrow,
the acceleration of this, the number of kids that are coming.
Okay.
Needing these kind of supports, because I think that even though they might, qualify for some of the add-ons that we get, sometimes that funding is lagging. And I think that might be a message we should send to the legislators, that they need to maybe recognize some of these situations in more real time.
I can get that to you probably tomorrow.
Okay, Mr. Milberg.
Paula, would you go back to the newcomer slide?
The data, this one?
That one.
Yep.
That one. Rick mentioned, or Superintendent Robbins, I'm sorry, mentioned
Rick.
a doctor.
Mr.
Doctor.
Okay, enough with all that.
He mentioned the listening tours. And I find it interesting as I look at these numbers up there. I look at a couple of schools that are near and dear to my heart.
Yeah,
I look at
for sure.
East Midvale, 74.
Yes.
I look at Midvale, it's 70. And I've got to believe, I don't know, and you could probably tell me, I'm guessing a lot of those numbers are coming out of the homeless shelter out of Midvale.
Yes.
And it's impacting those two schools immensely.
Yeah.
I will tell you that I was most grateful to hear the comment about we've got to get some help for Connie.
We do.
She is absolutely buried with what she has going, and the demands are not getting less, they're getting greater. But as we've gone through the listening tour at these various schools, that is a big deal. And, while I agree with Andrew that there's a urgency associated with our elementary schools, I will also say, as I drop down to the next group and I see MMS at 53,
Mm-hmm.
we sat in the listening tour at Midvale Middle School. And they have a class established for newcomers. And if my memory serves me correctly, that class was set up for 15 students. To where the teacher could have some time to do some one-on-one work with the kids and help them get somewhat a leg up on learning a new language. And Rick, you may have to help me, but it seems to me that she was talking about the upper 40s, low 50s, probably about 53 that are in that
I
class
think-
now.
Yeah, I think Shelley said there were 38. Mindy told us after, there are 2 teachers that work with those 38 kids.
Mhm.
So it's kind of a co-taught scenario, but it's still it's still a need.
Yeah, and
Like,
yeah, like I said, I will agree with the urgency with the elementary.
Yeah.
But I'm also looking at middle school, and some of the most impacted schools, I think we need to do something there as well.
Well, and I've met with a couple of our Title I principals who are on that list, and I have a meeting actually with Shelley this week. Because some of our schools that are that have historically had higher numbers have some really good plans in place. And we just need to gather that information and make sure we're being as responsive as those schools have been. So you have good schools in here.
Mrs. Oaks.
So in light of this conversation, I'm wondering, and I have this opinion about the subject of artificial intelligence too. We really need to start looking deeper at that. But I feel like, I don't know if we need a subcommittee or whether or not this falls under high quality learning. How do we best engage these kids? Like, what are some of the evidence-based practices and how far are we away from those? Or do we try some things that are innovative? I mean, Amber and Holly are aware of this, that there's been, another school, one that I've gone to visit with the superintendent and also with Dr. Robinson, that has approached us and said, we would like to be able to try a model where it's unique and it's been very successful elsewhere, but we are looking for a refugee population that speaks, there are Spanish speakers, and we have backing from the Kim Gardner Institute. I think this is an emerging issue, and I feel like we need to take a deeper look and start exploring more of what is working nationwide. Maybe we need to look at states like California, Texas, and Nevada that have had these kinds of population increases for many years ahead of us and better understand what has been successful in those places. I don't know if anyone else has any other thoughts. And again, to the AI thing, I do think, like Davis School District, we do need to address that too. But high quality learning is increasingly getting more and more kind of thrown at it. I know you know the feeling. Yeah. So, but part of me wonders, is it a time to have a subcommittee under some of those, umbrella committees or not? What's everyone else's thought?
Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. My first thought on that idea is that this committee access and opportunity is meeting tomorrow, so I think we can
We could talk
discuss it
through that.
and then report back some ideas on how we can kind of help move this forward with an appropriate sense of urgency, but it needs to be done right, because I don't think this situation is an anomaly. I think it's going to be part of our regular system, and so we need to be very thoughtful about that.
Okay, Mr. Millibrick.
And I think also these kids that are coming in are not all Spanish speakers. And, you probably have numbers as to how many and how many.
Would you like me to
different
tell you?
languages. Yeah, tell us how many.
What
different
they
languages.
are, of our 738, we have, they're from 41 different countries speaking 31 languages other than English. 596 are Spanish speakers, followed by Portuguese with 32, Russian 19, French 16, Kinyarwanda, which is an African dialect, 7. That's our top 5. Yeah, the large majority are Spanish speakers, but we have quite a few that aren't.
Okay, Mr. Edel.
So I wanted just to speak to Amanda's point. I think we absolutely have to explore things that are new, things that are emerging. It's a new time, and I think that requires new ways of doing business. And I just think if we try to fall back on the way we've done it, then we're just gonna fall. And so I am very supportive of whatever we're going to look at that's going to be new, especially with some of the emerging technology that we have out there, because we've got to do whatever we can to take care of the students. It's not enough to manage them in the class, right? We've got to take care of them.
Yes. And that goes to what Rick was saying about those wraparound services, right? It's got to be more than just to have a class to put you in.
Okay, so I think I think the board would love just maybe an update on this. Once you guys have a plan, I think it'd be great to bring that back and have an update
Okay,
at some future date. I mean, maybe just in a month when you present, or actually not a month, in probably 8 weeks is when you'll be
okay.
back. So-
Well, and I'd give you an update on that, and I'm more than happy to, as we implement different pieces, to email you and say, we've got the newcomer button up and running. Here's where it is, so you can access that. So you're familiar that we're moving this along.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then I just wanted to add, I agree with what all my board members have said, but I heard the governor speak over the weekend, and there was one thing he said that stuck with me. And he said that in 2023, 2.5 immigrants entered our country. And to put that in context, the state of Utah has 3.3 million people. So, I mean, I don't know. I just thought that was really interesting because that just shows how many people are coming to our country, and it's just going to continue to go up like your slides said. So,
Yes, but we will find a way to make a better impact with those students. They deserve more, and we'll get
I
there.
have full confidence in you guys. So, okay, if there's no other questions, thank you so much for your report. I appreciate that. Okay, we have next on the agenda staff reports, and we'll start with Superintendent Robbins and then Business Administrator Leon Wilcox.
Just real brief on unified sports over at Corner Canyon High was awesome. And just the power of sports and what it does for kids. Karen and I were standing there with Nancy watching them. And for me, it's pretty special just to see these kids put on a jersey in their school colors and represent their school and their families and each other and their team. And then just the opportunity to present them their ribbons after, just pretty special. So congratulations to all of our athletes and our coaches too. These unified coaches are amazing people, and they really, they really take it serious, and they're out there doing their thing, and it's just awesome to see this program continue to grow. So I just thank you to everybody that was involved.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, thank you. Couple things I'm sure you saw on the consent agenda, some of our administrators who will be retiring at the end of the year. Want to mention them: Jody Roberts at Brighton, Roberto Jimenez at Jordan High. Certainly value all their many years of service. We'll miss them. Greg at Hillcrest. Greg is, as we built that school, has become really one of my best friends, and he will be greatly missed. He's such a great guy. I can't mention Cindy. A pleasure to work with Cindy the last 5 years. I always have a special affinity for redheads, and she's been amazing. So you will be missed, but go have fun. One also note that somewhat on the listening tour we've had and other issues. We've had issues with PHP, or health insurance carrier. We've been in contact with them on some issues that we've been having. Gotten back word on some certain things that they will be implementing, like a dedicated hotline. They're going to be hiring more FTEs. Some of our phone calls are just they're just overburdened at their call center, so people aren't getting answers. And there's been some other frustration. They have implemented a new computer system. That was a year ago, they've slowly been working out those bugs. They're now feel like over 80% of their claims are being automatically processed. But these are things that we are working on. I know it's been a frustration for a small group of our employees, not all, but it has been a frustration of some of these issues that we've been dealing with. So we want to know that we are aware and we are trying to work on that. If employees are having issues, I would encourage them to email our insurance department or myself and let us go address those with our contacts that we have. So, but we want to put that out there. Last thing I have is, Alba, I just want to, Paula mentioned, Brian, our counselors. I'll have a son who's entering high school next year. Last night, he and I sat down, did registration. Thought it was extremely easy. They had the orientation last week. It's so helpful. So for all these parents like myself, whose kids are going into high school. So it was very, very helpful. Just want to say thanks to all our 5 high schools for holding those orientation. It's so very helpful.
for all parents. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. We are going to start with Mrs. Pedersen tonight.
I couldn't remember which end I was on, if it was my turn or not. First off, I appreciate Cindy and the work that you do, and that it will be hard to have you move on. So thank you for all the effort that you put into things. And Paula, that was an awesome presentation. And I like the little quotes all over. You made it really fun. Because I didn't know whether I should read the quotes first and then the information, or the information and the quotes. Anyway. It was fun. It was a little more interesting to read than some things we see. But thank you for the thoroughness of that. And I'm on that committee, and I just really appreciate how you really did summarize a lot of the things that we've been talking about. And there's a lot that we're going to continue to work on. So thank you for that. The other thing is that I want to compliment, I know of two of my schools, and I know that there's likely other schools who have been, one being Altaviews. Thank you for being here again. They have been spotlighting teachers every single week since school has started on their Facebook sites, and really making, it was almost like that teacher's week. So not just the teacher of the year, but there's a teacher of the week. And then I want to say a special thank you because it was school board month appreciation, and Altaview did a little spotlight both on myself and Andrew Edel. And I thought that was just really thoughtful. I liked that before you put our information out, you explained what we are. This is a school board, and this is what they do, because a lot of people don't understand the role of the school board. So I appreciate that extra effort. And I know that Peruvian Park has been doing weekly spotlights as well for their teachers. And I know that that means a great deal. It means a lot to me as a member of the community, just seeing that you value the people in your building. And I know that other schools are doing other ways of supporting and honoring their teachers. And I appreciate that. I think it takes some of the edge off, knowing that we're all in it together and we're all there supporting and cheering for each other. So thank you for that. I've also enjoyed being able to go to the listening tours. I learn something new every time I go. There's some consistency in things that people are saying, but I appreciate the fact that we also hear some of the great things that are happening, and that the teachers and schools are seeing and feeling the efforts that we're making. So I appreciate Dr. Robbins, doesn't want me calling that, for taking the time, and our communications department for taking the time to go to all of these schools. I mean, we have a lot of schools, and that's quite a bit of time. It's a minimum of an hour, maybe an hour and a half every single time you go somewhere. And I think it's probably one of the most valuable things we do, because we hear from our people and we get to make informed decisions on the people that it affects the most. So thank you, Dr. Robbins, for continuing that program. I think it's awesome. And I appreciate that you invite us to join. I really like that. And the last thing is I just really like our, the sports program that we went to, the Unified Sports was amazing. I didn't realize there were so many ability levels as they were competing. They were just really, it was like a regular high school game at certain levels. On level 1, it's like you're watching normal high school, and they were aggressive, and the scores were competitive, and they weren't babying anybody. And I appreciate the fact that the students get to be regular students. And the benefit is not just for the special needs students, but their buddies, and then the high school students that kept coming in between classes and during lunch to be able to see what they were able to do. And they were like fascinated. They weren't in any hurry to don't want to see that. They loved it as well. So I appreciate that we support our students like that. And I think it's an awesome program. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nancy doesn't get to talk tonight. Sorry. Mrs. Dewey.
Thank you. I guess I'll be rethinking if I have anything important to say, but I do. No, I thank you. I was able to attend a couple of STEAM nights at a couple of elementary schools, and I love those. They're just amazing events, but one of the schools was able to put on this STEAM night because the district has purchased kits from lots of different activities and they check them out to the schools. And I just thought that was so great because I mean, they're fun activities, but it's something that's ready to go and it's helps the schools in their planning and to be provided those things. And there were some pretty cool toys to play with. I got to program a mouse to go get his cheese. And it was really fun. But so I just kind of wanted to thank our ISD department for seeing that as a way that they can support and help and build and encourage interest in some of those areas and also provide an evening for families to come and to the school and participate in that. I'm grateful for the information and the reports that we had tonight. And one of the things that I just kind of wanted to mention is going back to one of our first items, which was our legislative update. And this bill, it's SB 173, and it's one that where they're the fiscal ask on that is $200 million one time out of the Public Ed Stabilization Fund. And the bulk of that money is to go to piloting a merit pay type program for educators. And I just wanted to make sure that our board was aware that that bill was there and it received priority funding from the Public Education Appropriations Committee. And my comment on that really is to make you aware of it, but also I think our teachers have merit, but I think that we need to be very cautious about how we go about recognizing it. And I wanted to just personally recognize that our educators and teachers are amazing. And I'm not sure that some packaged program is going to adequately recognize that. That's just my personal opinion. So, and then lastly, I just wanted to, we kind of talked a little bit about middle schools tonight and with the change in leadership here at the district level over middle schools and Cindy and everything. And Mr. Millerberg can probably remember when the district was brand new, that was one of the mandates that the district leadership felt from the community was to really focus on middle schools and to improve the middle school experience. And I just feel like we have come a long way in the 15 years or so that we've been a district. But that being said, always recognize there's a long way still to go and much improvement that can happen. But I just wanted to recognize the importance of middle school and all the leaders over the years that have helped make our middle schools as strong as they are. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg.
Mrs. Tingy, you're absolutely correct on that. Even 15 years later, I can remember it. But when we were first formed as the district, we sent out a survey to parents as to where their levels of satisfaction were with the district. And we suffered drastically in the middle school area. And we made a firm resolve at that time to do what we could to strengthen our middle school. And like you said, we've done a good job of that. We've still got a ways to go. So yeah, that's very important. Cindy, congratulations. I hope when I get a little older, I'll be able to just pull the plug and quit and go away. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I am absolutely excited to have Mindy Robinson named as the director over middle school. I worked closely with her during her time at Midvale Middle School, and she is absolutely a class act. And
I'm disappointed we won't have her at Midvale, but I'm thrilled we'll have her working with all middle schools throughout the district. I'm going to go off on my soapbox just a little bit here. Everybody knows I have favorites, right? And it's like I tell my kids, my favorite kid is whichever one I'm with. And that's how I am with our schools and the people in our schools. But last week, we went to Mid-Valley Elementary for the listening tour. It was fun. It was a good listening tour. There were a lot of important things that came up. But after the meeting was over, one of our young teachers came up to me and she said, I am so excited about the grant I got from the Education Foundation. Do you want to come to my room and see what I got? And I went down with Ashley Jordan to her room. We were a little bit before school started, and she went through and told me all about what her STEM stuff was that she got with the money from the Education Foundation, explained to me how it was working, and just so excited. And the kids are working so hard to be able to get to use that stuff. I also, since we met, went to a community council meeting at East Midvale. And a year ago, we put trout eggs in East Midvale. And they had a great time with those, and it was so much fun for them. They told me they have fish eggs again this year. They're going to hatch them, and they're going to. And it was kind of graphic when they talk about the ones that hatch and die and having to suck them out. But the kids are having a good time with that one. And then just as our meeting began tonight, I was talking to Brenda McCann from Union Middle School. And she was telling me how excited the PE teacher at Union is that he received a grant again from the Education Foundation, that he is going to go through and restripe at many areas on the gym floor at Union to play games the kids typically haven't played. So the kids that are the never evers, that never ever played the game, those that, should we say, suck at basketball, suck at other normal, I hate to say that, at other sports that we usually play, can play games, and nobody has a real advantage because they've been raised playing certain games. And so, that's just kind of a kudo out to the Education Foundation and the awards they give to make education in our district better. One last thing, and I think most board members probably received the email on this, but KUTV, Channel 2, one of our friends in the media, has decided they are going to do, and Jeff, if I get too far off course, you correct me, okay? They have decided they are going to do a Teacher of the Month. And Amanda Kraft, fourth grade teacher at Midvale Elementary School, was their first recipient of Teacher of the Month. Can I tell you, that was so much fun to go there that day. They had the camera people from KUTV there. They had I can't remember her name, I'm going to get in trouble, the celebrity to conduct the interview. The kids were so excited to have that in. Amanda and two different students were video interviewed for a presentation that would later show on Channel 2. And it was just an absolutely wonderful time to see one of our fantastic teachers recognized not by the school district, but by the community as being an outstanding teacher. And as an additional kicker to that, South Valley Volkswagen awarded a $750 award to Amanda for being the Teacher of the Month. So that was just something that to me was a lot of fun.
Great. Mrs. Oaks.
Double checking. Okay, so I want to congratulate the Corner Canyon cheer team. They are quite the amazing tour de force in the cheer world. And I don't know how many people are aware, but they have an entire documentary film crew following them right now to, and I guess it's somebody that has similarly worked with BYU's drill team before. Is that right? So anyway, they are a very unique group of girls and incredibly talented. I want to give a shout out to our Student Advisory Council. I had to attend remotely because I was sick, but I was still so impressed by the level of engagement from those kids. We learned a lot from them. I always do. I have appreciated being able to attend the Joint Legislative Committee for USBA. And I want to just shout out for Charlie and Susan. Again, it just when you think that you can wrap your head around how many bills there are, then there's more the next year. And trying to keep track of everything is dizzying. When other lobbyists up on the Hill hear how many bills those two are tracking, their jaws fall to the floor. Most of them are professional lobbyists that are getting paid a lot of money, and they might be following what, 10, 20? When they hear over 200, they don't even know what to say. It's a lot. It's just a lot. And I want to thank both Nancy and Karen for assisting when I was out of town with that. And it takes a lot of eyes on this. And every person who chooses to be dedicated and follow those issues, there's so much to be noticed and seen, and yet it's a time game, I feel like. I want to give a shout out to the district for organizing and helping our fifth graders in the district participate in the field trip to Bravenel Hall today, where they had the opportunity to listen to the Utah Symphony. My fifth grader walked out the door with his shirt and tie. He was very disgruntled about the fact that was his uniform later in the day for football, but it was a wonderful experience for him. And in fact, it was funny because he and I practiced this morning on his instrument. And what I said to him is, when you go there today, I want you to know that every single one of those musicians did what you did this morning times thousands of hours. And that all of that came together and combined in this moment for you. And I think that was a little sobering for him. On that same note, I attended the All-State Orchestra concert at Bravenel Hall a couple of weeks ago, and that was amazing. Those kids have such an incredible experience being able to come together with the best of the best throughout the state. And the conductors that they bring in are some of the best in the country. And there was a piece in particular that when I saw the music, I thought, how's this going to work? It's a modern Chinese composer. And because part of it actually requires the students, all of the players, to bring their cell phones up on stage, where they have recordings of bird whistles. And actually the audience is asked to scan a QR code and play the recorded bird whistles out in the audience. And what it did was it created an atmosphere of being in the woods and listening to the birds. It was fascinating, and it was actually really magical. And I thought it was so interesting how the arts can teach us different things about ourselves and help us look at the world differently. And for as much as the students at the beginning thought this is such a joke, by the end they said, wow, that was really amazing. So for them to be able to experience a music that's new and innovative like that, and has so many different jumping off points of where to begin with your creativity, it was a real pleasure. I appreciate all of those at the district that work to make those opportunities possible, and those statewide. We are really lucky to have so many people that are out there trying to provide different opportunities for our kids in all sorts of different areas. And I just wanted to highlight that in particular. So.
Okay, Mr. Edel.
So I've had the opportunity to visit with some of the student councils that we have in our schools, and I am just so impressed with the students that we have and their creativity and their problem-solving skills. But I'm also really impressed with their teacher mentors. Not only their day-to-day teacher, but the teachers that work with the student councils to help guide them and to shape them into the future leaders that we have. And since it is a middle school night tonight. I do want to say how much I appreciate our middle schools, and having a student in middle school, I can say what a great place it is. My student in middle school loves it, tries to get to school early every day, and is super excited about next year. I also have another student going into middle school next year. And I don't know if I've seen her quite so excited about something school related than this, other than maybe junior achievement at BizTown. But you know, that doesn't happen by chance, right? It happens with a lot of work, and it happens with a lot of people. And so, Cindy, I appreciate all the work that you've done for our middle schools over the years, because they really are a great place to go to learn, to get new experiences, to expand further into the arts, to expand further into STEM, and to really prepare these young students as they transition out of a pretty guided and controlled environment, as they start to go out on their own. So, Cindy, I appreciate everything that you've done for our middle schools. And I am excited for Mindy. Mindy has impressed me from day one. And so I couldn't think of a better person to come in and help our next generation of middle school students. But we do have really amazing educators and amazing people at all levels of our schools.
Hey, thank you. I just want to start by thanking the superintendent for doing the listening tours. I was able to attend Oakdale and Ridgecrest, and I just really appreciate him going out there and listening to our employees. And there's been multiple things that have ended up coming before the board because he's doing that. So I just want to thank him for that. Also, I want to thank everyone who made that South Valley Unified basketball tournament happen. That was really fun. I was able to talk to one of the athletes, and he had scored the game-winning basket. And he was just so happy about it. He had the biggest smile on his face, and he was really cute. So that was a lot of fun. I wanted to say congrats to Mindy Robinson. I agree with what everyone has been said. And I just want to also thank Cindy for all she's done and tell her that she will definitely be missed. Then I also want to just mention that I am sad about Jody Roberts also retiring. She's at Brighton. She's one of the APs, and she just really, the students love her, and she just really relates to them. And I'm just really going to miss her too. And then just in closing, I just want to make sure to thank Brian's team and just the school counselors and admin that have given supports to the Alta community following the unexpected student death. And I know that's just been really hard, but we really appreciate all their work. And it just makes me feel good to know that they are there and they're there to help students. So, and just, I will now say the board has finished our work, and I will close the meeting. Thank you.